Produced by Liang Gu, author of The Emergence of the Business World. Tian Zansheng. Chapter 1. Zhou Zian served wine in Bu Pavilion and Yi Shaohe turned on the lights in Qinglian Pavilion. I am here in Shanghai. There is a well-known businessman in the business world. His surname is Zhou, and his nickname is Zian. But I don't know that he is the son of the master, the word of words. These two words are similar in sound, but not in words. It is said that he is from Ningbo, but judging from his behavior and speech, there is nothing like the tone of Ningbo people. What a mouthful of Shanghai Mandarin. What is it called in Shanghai Mandarin? In fact, it is impossible to describe what is called a book, and cannot explain why it is so. My book, The Emergence of the Business World, is written in Shanghai Mandarin. Therefore, Zhou Zian's state is quite lively this time. In this book of mine, there are many scenes that are as real as the paintings. Zhou Zian, ranked third, usually has good friends who call him Sanxiong or Sandy. There are also close friends who call him Lao San na Sanli. Generally whores and sisters call him Sanshao and Sanshao. The little ones who serve him are respected as his third master and third master. This Wednesday, he is a well-known businessman. What kind of business is he doing? I can't give you any advice, just because he has so many industries. All in all, as long as there is money to be made, he will do it. He can squeeze in and take out even the richest man with tens of thousands of silver. He also doesn't have any brand name or font size. Yanjian and Tongzi, these two places are where he does his business. Now that the smoke room is gone, he has created another situation, in the prosperity of Xinma Road. I rented a double-bay, Shikuman-style house on one side. I remember that this house was the 7th Shikuman on 2nd Street in Ronghua Lane. The house number had the character, in it, number 795. I rented a lot of mahogany. I rented a double-bay, Shikuman-style house on one side. I remember that this house was the 7th Shikuman on 2nd Street in Ronghua Lane. The house number had the character, in it, number 795. I rented a lot of mahogany utensils from foreign guys. The scene was extraordinarily open, upstairs and downstairs. 20 or 30 gauze-covered tap fires were installed. In my head, I originally wanted to call it a mansion, but then I thought, there are no family members. 20 or 30 gauze-covered tap fires were installed. There are also different sects of prostitutes and new types of prostitution, and there are also those who use the mansion instead of the colorful flag, woohoo the mansion. If you don't want insurance, that's fine. Just make a random sign of Zhou Mansion and hang it up so that others can see it. Wouldn't it be much more respectable? But even if he wanted to protect him for 18,000 silver, he aroused the suspicion of the insurance experts. It was burned at that time. It would be boring to have to say more to them. It would be better to make a company sign, which would look decent when hung up. After thinking about it, I can't think of what kind of company I should be doing. Is it worthy? I thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but couldn't think of it properly. Suddenly he thought of a person and said, "Go to Wang Wenlin and discuss with him." Is it worthy? I thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but couldn't think of it properly. Suddenly he thought of a person and said, "Go to Wang Wenlin and discuss with him." He is very talented and will definitely come up with a perfect name. So he got on the rubber wheel. In the chartered car with the third ring road, I ordered the driver Jiangbei Asen to drag it to Wang Wenlin's home in Changchun, a shortcut to Ayr. It happened that Wang Wenlin had not gone out and was in his room, enjoying his opium cigarettes. They were like-minded confidants along the way. So Zhou Zian ran straight upstairs on Wednesday, shouting over and over again, "Wang Lao Ba, Wang Lao Ba." Just as he was about to rush into the room, he heard a delicate voice and said hurriedly, "Slow down, slow down." Na Zhou had to stop and said with a smile, "Be careful about what you do in broad daylight." Musk and Dove's regret. Live painting and making friends. Then, the toilet seat was heard. How did Chi Wen come up with this idea? After 10 seconds, the sound of the old gun was heard again. Shanghai proverb, smoking opium cigarettes makes you addicted. It is called Lao Chong. His voice changes as he becomes more addicted to smoking. This is not a deliberate description by the author. This is the current situation. Said Lao San. "Come in." On Wednesday, he stepped into the room with a playful face. This is the current situation. Said Lao San. "Come in." On Wednesday, he stepped into the room with a playful face. I saw Wang Wenlin's concubine, called Black Peony, the boss of Xinzhuang, name of place, bent over, washing her hands on the noodle table, and looking back. Smile a little at that Wednesday. A pen of magic, an imaginary text. Wednesday also said with a smile on his face, "I know you too. What kind of exquisite things are you doing? It's a little bit serious, it doesn't matter even if I jump in. I'm here again, there are no turning eyes." The bastard said, "Don't be so pretentious, but he is polite and polite to you. You are still acting like this. Is it such a shame?" The Black Peony took it and said, "Don't be so frivolous, I won't play with you. I have a message for you today." The bastard said, "Don't be so pretentious, but he is polite and polite to you. You are still acting like this. Is it such a shame?" The Black Peony took it and said, "Don't be so frivolous, I won't play with you. I have a message for you today. You are still such a melodious person, I must be impatient. Can you bear the slap from the boss?" As he spoke, he couldn't stop giggling. "You are still such a melodious person, I must be impatient. Can you bear the slap from the boss?" As he spoke, he couldn't stop giggling. The expression of a living slut, that Wednesday, he shrank his neck, stretched out the tip of his tongue, and made a strange expression, but had no words, so he could only laugh weirdly. Then he lay down on the smoke couch. The bastard said, "Stop being ridiculous, what are you doing here so early?" Then he lay down on the smoke couch. The bastard said, "Stop being ridiculous, what are you doing here so early?" However, when you smoke, and when you do things, you do all the things. You don't have fun because smoking opium cigarettes delays serious things. Even in the morning, you don't have fun lying down. While eating lunch, I finally got up. At this moment, the Black Peony has finished washing its hands. I took a Hat brand cigarette, put the gold inlaid beeswax in it, bitten the inside of the cigarette, put it on the cigarette lamp, ate it, and put it in Wednesday's mouth. Zhou glanced at Black Peony and didn't even move to pick it up. He just took it to his mouth and started smoking the cigarette. Black Peony took advantage of the situation and sat down. The bastard regarded it as normal and ignored the two of them, nor did he care about the affection between the two of them. The tortoise is a well-deserved reputation. Although it is not his turn to be the tortoise, why? She is a concubine, not a real wife. I heard that 3 o'clock has struck. He quickly took a look at his watch and said, sure enough, it's 3:15. Sun Shifu and Sun Laojiu made an appointment with me at Hainan Spring at 3:30. Then he said to Black Peony, you are really unreliable. As I told you last night, I have something urgent to do today and will be leaving at 3 o'clock. You woke me up at extremely late 1 o'clock, but you still didn't wake me up. It was a waste of time. Black Mutant jumped up and said, hey, you held yourself upright and called you 2 or 3 times, but it made you angry. At this time, you complained that I didn't call you. What exactly is going to happen? If you say you don't like working with me, just say so. Why bother to be like this Qiao Zhangji? You are a very beautiful prince and grandson. I am originally from the countryside and am not worthy of you. If you say you don't like working with me, just say so. Why bother to be like this Qiao Zhangji? You are a very beautiful prince and grandson. I am originally from the countryside and am not worthy of you. The circles under his eyes turned red as he spoke, and he began to cry for his mother and father. Wonderful article, wonderful scene. A slutty woman jumped out from the paper. Wednesday hurriedly tried to persuade him, don't make trouble, don't make trouble. Bago is not good at what he says. There are also things that are good and bad at what he says. Strange words, strange words. Good sister, don't cry, don't cry. As he said again, he hurriedly reached into his sleeves and took out the fragrant foreign silk scarf. Wipe the tears for Black Peony. Who has seen tears? Des Hen. The bastard pursed his lips and said nothing. Looking at his expression, he seemed to regret his mistake. Wipe the tears for Black Peony. Who has seen tears? Des Hen. The bastard pursed his lips and said nothing. Looking at his expression, he seemed to regret. The bastard thought about it. Hungli Fan Kai restaurant. It would be fun to accompany him. He even put on a Mandarin jacket and said to Zhou, now that you're wearing it, I'm sorry to be with you. Who wants you to accompany him? Why not with him? Zhou exchanged words with the tortoise again, and the tortoise nodded and left. Seeing that the tortoise had gone on Wednesday, he smiled and said, how are you feeling now? Black Mutant said, ask you? It's only 3 words, but it's very broad. Zhou said, if it's not enough, I'll break open my stomach, pluck out my heart, lungs, and brains, and show it to your dear sister. Let me tell you, my dear sister, a few words from the bottom of my heart. Black Peony took out a copper box from the glass cabinet and said with a slight smile, what's really going on in your heart? Who knows? Only you know whether your heart and mouth are in harmony or not. Look. Is this box of ointment good enough for the way I treat you? I personally took the Dongyang train and went to Tian Changxiang on Guangdong Street in Hongkou to pick out the number 1 cigarette. It came in a ready-made box and cost 10 yuan a box, but only 3 taels of paste. Today's opium cigarettes are extremely expensive. Just think about it, I don't have much money. I finally got together $10 and hid it from that annoying bastard. Actually, I was annoying. I finally got together $10 and hid it from that annoying bastard. Actually, I was annoying. Once upon a time. It was the annoying Wednesday. I went to pick out this paste. Really grateful. So he lay there with a cigarette burning in his hand and said softly, "To be honest with you, my dear sister, I am 25 years old on Wednesday, and I have about 10 sisters who I have known. Which one truly hurts me? It's nothing more than coveting a few dollars from me. Think about it, since they are coveting my money, they are pretending to be friendly with me, instead of saying dirty. It's nothing more than coveting a few dollars from me. Think about it, since they are coveting my money, they are pretending to be friendly with me, instead of saying dirty words, falling asleep together, being heartless, darling, and yelling at random. Guess what they have in mind? It makes me feel numb. It's just a waste of my money. She yelled a lot of nonsense, and I spent a lot of money. I want to wear it. Is there any romantic interest? The words are words of wisdom. Although the words are despicable, the truth is profound. Most young people are quick to think hard. Only you, my dear sister, are different. I remember that day, my good sister came to Shanghai from Xinjiang and stayed at the Luwu Hotel. Listening to the bastard's overseas stories, he talked nonsense. His father was a futai, uncle, brother, they are all scholars, and scholars. Their families are so rich and powerful. He was also a civil servant, donated to the magistrate, and was given the title of Salt Transport Envoy, with a blue crown and flower feathers, and a Taotai yamen, just like his own home. He could run in and out at will. Even if he went to the 3 major yamen in Suzhou, he would not come out of nowhere. Running around. Who doesn't know? Our Shanghai surnamed Wang was originally a great squire, but he had never been a futai. Our Shanghai surnamed Wang was originally a great squire, but he had never been a futai. How could my good sister know the subtle twists and turns? After asking around, he found out that there was indeed a big squire named Wang here, so he naturally believed it. If such a rich old man didn't get along with him, who else would he want to get along with? But the good sister didn't expect this. Since he is a local squire, why does he want to live in a hotel? Black Mutant said, "I don't know why I'm so confused. I've bullied him so much. I'll just talk to you about the debt I've incurred in the past few months. After we talked to you that day, although I didn't leave that annoying bastard, we still lived together. In fact, let alone during the day, I even asked him to see a good. After we talked to you that day, although I didn't leave that annoying bastard, we still lived together. Can you please give me a look too?" Black Peony smiled and said, No, if you want to see this good thing, can you please give me a look too?" Black Peony smiled and said, No, if you want to see this good thing, you have to practice it for 1,000 years and knock through 5,488 wooden fish. I'm afraid you may not be able to see it. Zhou pinched Black Peony and said, I have always been so unlucky. Honestly. Dear sister, I have also appreciated the good things. They are rare in the world and unparalleled in heaven. They are full of color, fragrance, and taste. Dear sister, I have also appreciated the good things. They are rare in the world and unparalleled in heaven. They are full of color, fragrance, and taste. Having said this, Black Peony held her face in her hands and said, "You are really shameless. After saying this, it is easy for you to see my good things, but don't regret it." Zhou said, "No regrets, no regrets." Black Peony smiled, turned around and said, "Look, please look at my hair all night until dawn. Do you think it is interesting? Is it very interesting?" This is indeed a woman's back and forth, which is what most men fear. Wednesday laughed and said, "It turns out to be this good thing. That means don't look, don't look. Good sister, if you want to show me this good thing, I would rather die, but I would be so happy." Black Peony turned over and said with a smile, "If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. It turns out to be this good thing. That means don't look, don't look. Good sister, if you want to show me this good thing, I would rather die, but I would be so happy." Black Peony turned over and said with a smile, "If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. You won't regret it." How come you are so anxious to reach such a position and say that you are willing to die? Wednesday sighed and said, "Ah. Now my heart is broken. The good you have done to me is 100 times better than my mother-in-law." Strange saying, all the libertines have this idea. Generally speaking, men treat their wives and concubines the same way they treat their parents. He is a filial son. What a mistress. Don't talk about anything else, even my wife, even after I tried it on, she doesn't really love me. In fact, she just loves my money. You really love me, but you think my sister only cares about me, so you ignore Mina. Even though he was sleeping on the same pillow, he honestly ignored him and treated him with his back. As for looking at this clump of hair, it's so damning. I just said that my wife doesn't really love me, but she only loves my money. Did you know? When my wife asked me for money, he would do anything and be so arrogant and laughable. Interesting. For example, no matter how much money she wants, immediately give it to her, and she will be more wasteful than a bitch. Wednesday is considered unlucky for your wife. If you don't give it to her, straighten your hair. And my wife is not only good at this, she also has a topping. Black Mutant said in surprise, "What do you mean? What other toppings are there?" Wednesday said, "This topping is getting worse and worse, making people unable to live or die. It really makes people suffocate and angry to death, but they also find it funny." Since he was ready to show me his hair, he must have worn his shirt and trousers neatly and sharply. The worst part was the trouser belt, which had at least 5 or 7 knots in it. Sounds loose. After hearing this, Black Peony smiled and said, "I know what kind of toppings, it turns out this is it. But it makes sense." At this point, the two of them were silent for some reason. For a long time, for some reason, the petals of some flower stuck on the dressing table and in the vase scattered for no reason. Chi-1, a wonderful thought, which has never been written like this since the beginning of novels. There is no such good writing in A Dream of Red Mansions, Water Margin, and Jean Ping Mei, and there is no such good writing in Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. The Fuhu and Other Chapters. There is no such good writing in A Dream of Red Mansions, Water Margin, and Jean Ping Mei, and there is no such good writing in Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. The Fuhu and Other Chapters. I find the words obscene. Then I heard them talking again, and when they talked, their voices changed again. As if very weak. It's so wonderful and breathtaking. The Black Peony said, I am determined to leave with that annoying bastard, within these 3 days. I have identified the house in Sanxingli, go and rent it quickly, I don't care about my friend's face anymore, said Zhou. Daters listen. Just go and pay Dingyang immediately. After that, he smoked opium for a while, but it was already time to turn on the lights. Wednesday said, I will go to Sanxingli tomorrow. I will write to you again. Black Mutant said, how early and late can we come? Wednesday thought for a while and said, it's 3 o'clock. It's time to come. Black Peony said, let's have tea in the small garden at 5 o'clock. Wednesday agreed repeatedly, very good, very good. I was just thinking of going to the small garden to drink tea. It's time to come. Black Peony said, let's have tea in the small garden at 5 o'clock. Wednesday agreed repeatedly, very good, very good. I was just thinking of going to the small garden to drink tea. I was so I wonder if there are paintings and calligraphy by famous artists in it? Black Peony warned carefully for a while before letting Wednesday go out. I'll say it slowly. Let's talk about that Wednesday. When we left Changchun and got on the chartered car, Jiangbei Asen asked where we were going. Wednesday said, Kunyifang, Kunyifang. Come on, come on. I wonder if there are paintings and calligraphy by famous artists in it? Black Peony warned carefully for a while before letting Wednesday go out. I'll say it slowly. Let's talk about that Wednesday. When we left Changchun and got on the chartered car, Jiangbei Asen asked where we were going. Wednesday said, Kunyifang, Kunyifang. Come on, come on. Jiangbei Asen agreed and flew away. Arriving in a moment at the entrance of Yufeng on Baoshan Street, Wednesday jumped out of the car, slipped into Xie Chuyun's room in the 5th Baila house, and shouted over and over again, bring the invitation ticket, bring the invitation ticket. Call us to come down to the double stage and spread our wings. Come on, hurry up. You are in the limelight, beware of festivals. Sister Ajin in the room quickly smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, please take care of me, sir. Hurrying to bring the pen and inkstone, guest tickets, game tickets and other items. On Wednesday, I picked up the pen and scribbled for a while. Come on, hurry up. You are in the limelight, beware of festivals. Sister Ajin in the room quickly smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, please take care of me, sir. Hurrying to bring the pen and inkstone, guest tickets, game tickets and other items. I dyed Sister Ajin's hand. Sister Ajin said, there is a lot of water, and Ni Sholang is the one who can control it. Zhou smiled and said, more and more, more and more. Sister Ajin glanced at Zhou, smiled, and went to hand it over. To help, please go one by one according to Kaizai's address. Sister Ajin was busy burning opium cigarettes for Zhou again. Zhou lay down across from him, looked around and said, where is Chiu Yun? Sister Ajin said, it's time to sing in the hall, we have to come to the grid. Sister Ajin was busy burning opium cigarettes for Zhou again. Zhou lay down across from him, looked around and said, where is Chiu Yun? Sister Ajin said, it's time to sing in the hall, we have to come to the grid. Then he smoked and started playing nonsense. Don't come to the rest of the area. Zhou nodded and said, What do you mean? The rest of them were not invited. So it's incredible, even I have only 4 people. Where can I eat at a double table? A little slippery showed up. Sister Ad, don't come to the rest of the area. Zhou nodded and said, What do you mean? The rest of them were not invited. So it's incredible, even I have only 4 people. Where can I eat at a double table? A single person can get it by eating a double table, but if there are 4 people, why not come to a double table? And there are friends coming for fun. Zhou said, Then Zhu Qi is the #1 plague student in the world. What did he do? I have an old rule, 8 people eat 1 table, and 9 people eat 2 tables. Other people have 9. 10 people squeezed onto 1 table, no shame in doing so, but I couldn't do it. These people want me to eat double tables, even if they are so bad, I won't do it. Sister Ajin said, Zhang'er's friends are all here, let's talk about it later. The ambiguity is wonderful, and you have actually seen through Zhou's intentions. Then, the bastard arrived and said, Sun Jifu said. He didn't talk to you, so he refused to come to socialize. Hearing this on Wednesday, he jumped up from his cigarette couch and said, Don't you want to come? Sister Ajin, please go down and retreat quickly. I won't treat you any more today, and I don't want any more. He didn't talk to you, so he refused to come to socialize. Hearing this on Wednesday, he jumped up from his cigarette couch and said, Don't you want to come? Sister Ajin, please go down and retreat quickly. I won't treat you any more today, and I don't want any more. Seeing that his lungs and liver were inflamed, Sister Ajin blurted out, You are the 3rd young master of Gemo. Before he could say anything, the bastard rushed over and said, Don't panic, we still have something to say. Now, Fu, he's gone to the Shaolang Huanmei studio, you go and socialize with him first, he will turn over and socialize with you here. If you feel at ease, you will win over him. This is not easy to socialize with. They have old official temperaments and need others to step up to them first. There are 2 tables there. I invite a few people to come over. Is 1 table not enough? Sister Ajin hurriedly said, Basically, NI is going to have fun on a double platform. Sister Ajin, let's take a look at the scan. It would be better to let him eat 1 less machine, so that his burden will be lighter. The bastard said, This is great, let's go. Zhou was also happy and told Sister Ajin, If Qin Shaohe and young Master Qin come, tell him not to leave, I will come. After that, he said, the tortoise went all the way. Soon Chenda arrived. Sister Ajin looked at it and said, Hey! It turns out that it's Mr. Chen who is Nai Dai. I know Lu and he is here to help Mr. Chen. Ah! Why is Nai Dai so filial? Sister Ajin looked at it and said, Hey! It turns out that it's Mr. Chen who is Nai Dai. I know Lu and he is here to help Mr. Chen. Ah! Why is Nai Dai so filial? Chen Dao, you see? His hair is so long, it's because the old man died. Sister Ajin said, Ah! Congratulations to Mr. Nai Chen, congratulations to Mr. Chen. Chi Tan, Chen laughed and said, You are so cruel in saying that, my father and mother are dead, so there is no congratulations. Now that the old man has passed away, I am miserable. Things are messy inside the pawn shop and the company. I don't have any free time all day long, so I have to manage it myself. Management is really troublesome, and I don't even have time to smoke. Sister Ajin said, Mr. Anai Chuyun has a good character, good music, and first-class social skills. He must be in a very clean body. The festival is almost half over, and there hasn't been a single guest here yet. Let's think about it for a while. Young Master Chen's house is a little cleaner than Grandma Ge's in the young master's mansion. Please take care of me, Mr. Nai Chen, so please stop. The festival is almost half over, and there hasn't been a single guest here yet. Let's think about it for a while. Young Master Chen's house is a little cleaner than Grandma Ge's in the young master's mansion. Please take care of me, Mr. Nai Chen, so please stop wandering around and go out to sing and enjoy your stay. Must be to your liking. As he spoke, he leaned on the window panel and shouted, Ade Pao, go and urge the gentleman to say that there is a wave coming from the countertop in the house. What's the point of singing slang in this hall? It's just a matter of sitting around and not coming. Chinda Dao, whose singing hall is it? Look at the scene, aren't the guests very clever? Sister Ajin said, don't talk about it. Nai walked across the road with me, tilting his head to the asafoetida, and hooked up with the 4 treasures. If you have a son, you will pull the end of the silk, so it is not refreshing to wrap it up. Gij asafoetida. Nai walked across the road with me, tilting his head to the asafoetida, and hooked up with the 4 treasures. If you have a son, you will pull the end of the silk, so it is not refreshing to wrap it up. Gij asafoetida, scraping copper coins, don't go out to wander around, pick up slang and take it with you. Chinda Dao, hey, it turns out that he ate it at the end of last year and was sued by others. There are people in the new Yamen who have been involved in lawsuits. Sister Ajin said, that's right, good. I heard that Gugu tilted her head and was involved in lawsuits in the old years. It's true. Pai Chi. I know, I'm sorry. Chindadeo, then you say no. Not just one swing, but 2 swings. There are hundreds of ringing sounds in my head. The second swing is double 100 years of life. Sister Ajin shook her head and said, a Si Bao is really unconscious and is here to wander? What the hell is this person doing? He has a really bad reputation. As he spoke, he took a puff of opium cigarette and brought it to Chinda's mouth, and Chinda took a puff. Sister Ajin said again, if you don't want to stop doing it, you can go to Qinglian Pavilion to make waves. A pair of scenes. Chinda suddenly said, I didn't build Qinglian Pavilion. Sister Ajin said, Guemo just now, Gu invites you to pay Lang, right to Lang, Guangfuli Qinglian Pavilion. What are you trying to hide from Ni? Chen laughed and said, you are mistaken. This Qinglian Pavilion is our smoking club. Nowadays, smoking dens are prohibited. When we do business in the business, we have always held meetings in opium dens. Now we have to borrow a house to set up a small meeting. We smoke, play cards, and chat with friends. Most of the people are from the company, and I have my own share. Friends who don't know who they are not allowed to come in, so it's very quiet. This Qinglian Pavilion is the duozi of my association. I have always enjoyed turning on the lights on Sima Road and Qinglian Pavilion, so I was not happy to. This Qinglian Pavilion is the duozy of my association. I have always enjoyed turning on the lights on Sima Road and Qinglian Pavilion, so I was not happy to choose another name, so I wrote these 3 words and posted it. Are you cleaning up well? Sister Ah Jean said, come to Langguangfuli. Li Chuanhong lives in Gij Place. Chin Dadeo, that's right. It's Li Chuanhong's background. Are you cleaning up well? Sister Ah Jean said, come to Langguangfuli. Li Chuanhong lives in Gij Place. Chin Dadeo, that's right. It's Li Chuanhong's background. Sister Ajin said, it's Ni who is familiar with the situation. Ni wants to come to the situation. At this moment, Xia Qiyuntang came back to sing. The first episode is over. Chapter 2. A wealthy businessman promises 1,000 pieces of gold and a prostitute in the metal industry expresses his deep affection. The first episode is over. Chapter 2. A wealthy businessman promises 1,000 pieces of gold and a prostitute in the metal industry expresses his deep affection. But it was said that Chen Xiaohe and Chen De were at Bailu's house in Kunyifang, and they were having a lively conversation with Sister Ajin, the coquettish eldest sister in the room, when Xie Chuyan of Bailu came out to sing. When Chen Dao quickly took a look, he saw that she had a long figure and a chubby face. Looking at her age, she was about 20. Sister Ajin said, this is the young master Ni Tunai who often talks about Guchen. Qiuyun didn't understand the reason, but followed Sister Ajin's tone and said in a lively manner, young Master Chen is going to have a double dinner with Ni. Sister Ajin laughed and said, Mr. Nige has just come out for this festival. He doesn't know how to do it at all. Mr. Chen will go with Mr. Ni to eat at the double table tomorrow morning. We will stop at the Shaoga table this morning and have a rest on Wednesday. Mr. Chen, the last name is Nage Bentang Bureau. I'm afraid that if Mr. Chen becomes happy and has 2 draws in a row, he doesn't know that Mr. Chen, a tough guy, will make an exception. Ni was so excited to see the waves coming. As he said, he turned to Chen Dadeo, generally, all guests have a good relationship with you, so they are destined to come to Lang, and they have the fate to come to Hage in the previous life. Nie asked Lai Longli to do halfway business, but he said that among the 50 or 60 guests, not one of them turned to slang. Don't even think about it. It's a joke. Slang didn't come to Longli to eat the bowl of rice. It's actually a good harvest. Nie asked Lai Longli to do halfway business, but he said that among the 50 or 60 guests, not one of them turned to slang. Don't even think about it. It's a joke. Slang didn't come to Longli to eat the bowl of rice. It's actually a good harvest. Sister Ajin is sharp-tongued and charming. Will Chen Xiaohe fall into the mystery? Although Sister Ajin is smart, she acts recklessly and suffers losses later on because of her own mistakes. She is a dumb person who eats bitter gourd and has nothing to say, which is extremely pitiful. At this moment, Chen Xiaohe and Chen De were elated, beaming with joy, and said with saliva on their faces, I'm willing to eat both. I'm willing to eat even 4 pairs of tables, 8 pairs of tables, and 8 or 8 pairs of tables, but I'm afraid that my husband won't want it. Qiuyun suddenly rolled into Chen Dahuai's arms and said, Sure Nai talks about it, but Ni Wu wants to be patient about it. Picture a dirty bitch alive. Sister Ajin smiled and said, Young Master Chin, I believe you can come and have a rest. Gij Bentang Bureau, I have the nerve to say not to call you. Chinda agreed without any hesitation. Call, 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 definitely call. Chuyan said, Where is Gemo wine? Chinda said again, Eat, 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 you must eat. Gij Bentang Bureau, I have the nerve to say not to call you. Chinda agreed without any hesitation. Call, 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 definitely call. Chuyan said, Where is Gemo wine? Chinda said, Don't pass by the rules, don't understand the rules, just talk about it. Chinda Deo, there is no second word under the word wine. Sister Ajin said, Don't worry, I'm the only one who's in trouble. Chin laughed and said, Sir, don't you agree? Anyway, you are the foundation. Chuyan said with shame on Chinda's face. If you don't want to have a nice face, don't worry. If you want to have a drink with you tomorrow morning, if you want to stay here tonight, you can't rest assured. There are 8 pairs of sets, so don't be afraid of missing one. If you don't want to have a nice face, don't worry. If you want to have a drink with you tomorrow morning, if you want to stay here tonight, you can't rest assured. There are 8 pairs of sets, so don't be afraid of missing one. Sister Ajin clapped her hands and laughed and said, I thought fate was destined to come to Lang. Yushi is so strong that he will stay for now. Young Master Nai will stay for the night. The difficulty is that there is nothing to say. Let me do the math. How much table space does 88 double tables cost? 8, 64, double that, 264, that's 2, 6, 12, 2 4 is 8, 128 bottles of wine, $512 in foreign money. 1,280 foreign dollars in vegetable money, the total is 1,792 foreign dollars, not too much, not even 2,000 foreign dollars. Chinda Dao, for a night stay, 2,000 foreign dollars, 208 yuan is enough. Chuyan said, Can you get 2,000 foreign dollars? Chin Dao, ah. I am determined to be a bad disciple. As he said that, he found $2,000 HSBC banknotes in his small leather bag, put them into the cigarette tray and said, Take them. I am determined to be a bad disciple. As he said that, he found $2,000 HSBC banknotes in his small leather bag, put them into the cigarette tray and said, Take them. When Chuyan saw that it was really done, he felt happy and dazed at the same time. At this moment, all I could hear was a shout of support from below. Sister Ajin, the third young master is here. When Sister Ajin heard that Wednesday was coming, she stuffed 2 bills into her pocket and glanced at Chuyan, who was there. Chinda lay down on his body, and Chinda only pretended to smoke opium cigarettes. Zhou came in a hurry and shouted, Set up the table, set up the table. Chuyan said, We are here to have a drink with you, so don't come and call us. Zhou said, No Luo Su, hurry up and get the invitation ticket, let me write the ticket. Chen laughed and said, You're in the limelight, third brother. Wednesday said, Boss Chen, lost his license, offended. Get your invitation ticket first. Chinda curled his lips and said, Why is it so messy? Wednesday said, No, no, Master Sun Jifu and Master Sun Jiao are coming soon to entertain me, so be busy. Chinda sneered. Why did you bother to hire this rich man? I'm just here to cheer you up, and you won't be an old friend anymore. Wednesday said, Absurd, ridiculous, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Living painting, the mixture of joy and fear in the cunning man. Chinda felt very uncomfortable and said, Sister Ajin, is the room in the pavilion empty? Bring me a cigarette tray. That's it, I'll write a note and ask the helper to send it to Qinglian Pavilion, bring the ashtray, lamp and gun together, and have a good time. Sister Ajin quickly agreed. She was only afraid that the 2 pieces in her pocket would have to be returned, so she was willing to do anything. Even Qiuyan's heart was only with Chinda. Thinking of Mr. Chen, he is the richest man. There are so many 1,000 yuan bills in the small leather bag, 30 or 40 bills inside. He has never been such a rich guest. I don't know whether what he just said is true or false. As for Wednesday, it was not very satisfactory. They often have a big head and a pointed tail, talk big but get little results, and what they say is unreliable. But I have some troubles with Sister Ajin. I heard that Sister Ajin's sister, named Xialanfan, married a candidate for Mr. Daoqi last quarter. They often have a big head and a pointed tail, talk big but get little results, and what they say is unreliable. But I have some troubles with Sister Ajin. I heard that Sister Ajin's sister, named Xialanfan, married a candidate for Mr. Daoqi last quarter. Her family is very rich, and she is willing to lend it to anyone who asks for bail. Money comes. That Wednesday, I charmed Sister Ajin and asked Mr. Qi to borrow 5,000 silver. Sister Ajin acted as the mediator. I think Sister Ajin will do great things in the future. While I was thinking about it, I heard that Chindo wanted to go to the pavilion room to smoke, so he hurriedly said, Space, space, space. He held Chinda's hand. Come into the pavilion room. I was so busy on Wednesday that I didn't know. Let's talk about the pavilion room, which is filled with foreign guys. I saw the eldest sister A.C. Bao lying on the foreign bed. Sister A. Jean was surprised and said, You should be there when you lie down. It's strange that the Taoist hall sings Ju Lizi, and the shadow is also there. Don't see it. Ah, come here to hang out, Mr. Chen, you want to smoke? Ah, Sibao stood up listlessly, stretched his waist, and walked into the small room again. Sister Ah Jean said, You don't know, what kind of flower head is this? Ah, come here to hang out, Mr. Chen, you want to smoke? Ah, Sibao stood up listlessly, stretched his waist, and walked into the small room again. Sister Ah Jean said, You don't know, what kind of flower head is this? Qiuyan said, Don't talk about it, it's just Can who went out of his way, tilting his head and singing in the awage hall. The asafoetida tilts its head and comes to the beach. Don't be slangy. You have to ask Ah Sibao for your name. Borrow 10 yuan of foreign money. Ah Sibao borrows 10 yuan of foreign money. The asafoetida tilts its head and comes to the beach. Don't be slangy. You have to ask Ah Sibao for your name. Borrow 10 yuan of foreign money. Ah Sibao borrows 10 yuan of foreign money. He is in trouble and half-employed. It sounds like half-employed, but it's still a good time. Asabeo said. He only had 4 yuan and a few cents of foreign money to spend on Linai, or else he could use it to cheat Lai Gu. Gidge tilted his head and said, after all, there is no foreign money, no foreign money. If it is true that there is no foreign money, then the flower satin is trapped in the body, and what are you doing in slang? Don't do it. Foreign money grid. It would be a good idea to be picked up by a bad guy from the mainland, and I knew he would have a way to wander around. If Nai wants to challenge me, it's better to say Gu. Listen, it's the result of fire. There's also Heia's 4 treasures. It's really bad luck. It's just the god of gambling's punishment curse. There's no way out, Gu Gu. Trapped body. The grid material is finished, the silk and satin shop is on credit, the business is done, don't get it, otherwise the grid should be a little bit face-saving, otherwise, the guests will look at it. What does it? The grid material is finished, the silk and satin shop is on credit, the business is done, don't get it, otherwise the grid should be a little bit face-saving, otherwise, the guests will look at it. What does it look like? Finally the 3 waves will follow the game's sister. If your clothes are just right, don't tie them up, and if you are wearing your clothes, don't lift up the platform. And he is very considerate. It's a waste of time, it's not just a lot of foreign money, it's just that you have to dress up and tilt your head, you're really a hooligan. On the contrary, foreign money should not be wasted. Borrow and borrow rings, but do not pay attention to each one. You will take off a gold ring when you pull it out. The pattern is only at the end of Jiezi, and it is not the Asabeo pattern. It is originally the Shindashao pattern. Li Duo hugged Bai Xiang and brought her to Langa. I thought to myself that Mr. Shen is not your guest, but a guest and friend, but I'm used to hugging you. After all, he is polite and courteous. If Mr. Shen is busy and his head is too busy for a while, he should just give up his words. Hey, if you don't have any flowery pattern, you can take it hard. Ah, Sibao will be your son. When the thing in the pattern is over, and the evil spirit comes, let the pattern rest. After hearing this, Sister Jean sighed and said, Sibao ma, it's true that things happened in the past, and there's nothing to say about it. Chinda Dao. This guy surnamed Wei is so cruel. If I feel unjust, I will definitely knock his balls off. Just as he was talking, the little eldest sister Aqiao brought a set of very exquisite smoking sets and said with a smile, Young Master Chin, you should be careful about things, and I am a nigger. Chin Dadeo, not bad, not bad. Did you go get it? Do you have any friends over there? Ah, Chiao said, no one came to Lang, but one came to look at the bookcase. Is it Grandma Neige? Chinda shook his head and said, no, no. Who knows when a boring gourd will break? Then he said to Chiu Yun and Sister Jean seriously, I have something to say. Don't you know whether you can rely on me or not? Then he said to Chiu Yun and Sister Jean seriously, I have something to say. Don't you know whether you can rely on me or not? Chiu Yun and Sister Jean looked at Chinda's solemn words and said in unison, Young Master Chin told an I, if you have the courage to do so, don't obey him. Chinda Deo, that Sun Jifu is just a businessman. He just flattered the officialdom and donated a Taoist title, which makes him more generous. If we talk about the actual situation, I am afraid that 3 or 4 Sun Jifu will not be able to reach me. Qin Shaohe, I am also a doctor. The official position is not very high or low. Look at that Wednesday, you praised him to such an extent. What the hell? What I hate the most is this kind of behavior. If you and I really want to do it, I have already said it, and the foreign money has been collected. Let's take a breath and let him eat this pair of tables. Chilean only stayed with me, and was not allowed to go to the table to socialize for a while. If I didn't agree on Wednesday, it would be nothing more than a free expense at best, and there would be no other tricks. I, Mr. Chen, will repay you if anything happens, even if it is a big incident. In the end, I, Mr. Chen, will take care of everything, that's all. Don't say that I will guarantee you this life. As long as I, Mr. Chen, am happy, I will guarantee you for the rest of your life. Sister Ajin was silent, and Chilean agreed wholeheartedly. In this regard, Chilean's ability is superior to that of Sister Ajin. Shed shortcomings and use long-term abilities. Abandon the small and take the big. Chilean often has this plan. When Sister Ajin saw Chilean agreeing, she also agreed again and again. You know it by heart. 2 ruthless people are plotting against a careless young man. The young man will be upset. Abandon the small and take the big. Chilean often has this plan. When Sister Ajin saw Chilean agreeing, she also agreed again and again. You know it by heart. 2 ruthless people are plotting against a careless young man. The young man will be upset. Even Sister Ajin's shadow was gone. At that time, Sun Jiu, Wang Ba, and 7 or 8 were all wealthy people in the business world, not compradors, let alone prime ministers. At this time of year, Zhou Zian's face was as bright as gold on Wednesday, and he couldn't be busy. He only saw Chilean and Sister Ajin, and said in surprise, "Where is Chilean?" Those craftsmen said, "Come on, come on, come on, come on." Where is Chilean? Those craftsmen said, "Come on, come on, come on, come on." When the table was set and alone was seated, Chilean had not come to socialize, and Sister Ajin was not seen either. Suddenly he thought of Qin Shaohe and Qinda. Where were they? Did they dare to slip away? Then he asked again, "Qinda, how much less?" Ah, Qiao replied. Lai Lang was smoking opium in his room. The bastard took it and said, "Is it Qin Shaohe? He is now freehand." Lai Lang was smoking opium in his room. The bastard took it and said, "Is it Qin Shaohe? He is now freehand." I heard that my father died, and before Qi Mile was over, my little wife had made 5 or 7 of them, and lost over $100,000. A man. The opportunity for us Chinese to make a fortune has arrived, and it will be published in just a few days. Wednesday was the most concerned and hurriedly said, "What opportunity is there?" The man named Bien said, "It's hard to say here. I already understand. On Wednesday, I chanted the word bien 5 or 7 times and guessed it. The bitter thing is, the new friend came with Mr. Sun, so it was difficult to ask for details. The new friend came with Mr. Sun, so it was difficult to ask for details, so I had to remember it. So he said to the bastard again, "Go and tell Qinda that he wants to sit down. I've had enough of my addiction." The bastard then ran to the pavilion room. Even after a moment, he exited, smiled at Zhou and said, "Go ahead yourself, I can't stand that kind of trick. Zhou Zian was full of surprise on Wednesday and hurriedly came to the pavilion room. After the second chapter. In the third chapter, the old blocker bitterly remonstrated with the boss and the young master issued the bid shifter. However, Zhou Zian heard Wang Wenlin's bastards say on Wednesday that the pavilion inside in the room. Chen Xiaohe and Chen De didn't know what kind of tricks they were doing, and they were full of suspicion. When they hurriedly ran in to take a look, there was nothing special, except that Sister Ajin and Chen De were lying opposite each other, burning opium cigarettes. Qiuyan leaned against Chen De and watched Sister Ajin burning cigarettes. Chen Da's hands were thrust into Qiuyan's arms, and the three of them were silent, and they were in a state of lingering love. Watching Wednesday, this anger is not trivial. Chen Da's hands were thrust into Qiuyan's arms, and the three of them were silent, and they were in a state of lingering love. Watching Wednesday, this anger is not trivial. I am making money here, but I want you, Chen De, to come here for the first time. It is so funny without any reason. That's Sister Ajin. He's always showing off his skills, so how could he do such an unskilled move? Are you not good at it? Thinking about it again, there must be truth in it. Moreover, now that Mr. Chen is dead, it is my good luck that has arrived. Qi Ji, what does the death of others have to do with the good luck of my step? It's not easy to have an attack. It's extremely enjoyable, but it's actually a secret revenge against the bastard. Had no choice but to hold back a breath of endless sourness and said with a smile, Boss Chen, it's so fun. The table is now comfortable, are you satisfied? It's extremely enjoyable, but it's actually a secret revenge against the bastard. Had no choice but to hold back a breath of endless sourness and said with a smile, Boss Chen, it's so fun. The table is now comfortable, are you satisfied? I'm very comfortable here. Zhou was startled and said, in this case, Sister Qiuyan and Ajin should serve young Master Chen well. You can do whatever young Master Chen says, don't make young Master Chen unhappy. He said that. Qiuyan smiled and said, I'm going to be freehand. Sister Ajin said, I'm pretty good at matching slang. Hey, don't have a good relationship, don't be jealous if you eat wildly. But don't socialize on the table. There is a saying in the wild that it's easy to talk nonsense. If you are willing to spend it, the wild plague will come to the sea for real. If you have words, you will be long, if you don't have words, you will be short. Hey, don't have a good relationship, don't be jealous if you eat wildly. But don't socialize on the table. There is a saying in the wild that it's easy to talk nonsense. Everyone went their separate ways, leaving only Zhou and the bastard in the room, smoking there. On Wednesday, he told the tortoise about Chen Da's situation in detail, and asked the tortoise for an idea on how to deal with it. The tortoise thought about it for a while and said, this must be planned by the whole team. Don't be reckless and mess around for a while, as it will be useless and harmful. Anyway, I don't care, but in a hurry, do you think so? Don't be reckless and mess around for a while, as it will be useless and harmful. Anyway, I don't care, but in a hurry, do you think so? Wednesday said, yes, this kind of thing is the most difficult to deal with. You have to find an opportunity eventually so that you are not afraid of him slipping away. I also want to ask you something. Now I am following Chenda's example and renting a double-bay apartment at number 795, in Lane 2, Ronghua Street, Xinma Road. The houses are all well appointed, and I originally wanted to hang a sign for a mansion, but I thought about it carefully. But it is not appropriate. For example, the word Qinglian Pavilion, used by Chen Deshu, is not appropriate when I think about it. It clearly looks like a company smoke room. I want to decide to use the word company. Now I am also busy with work. The words and ink are really sparse. Please tell me what the name of the company is. Only then did it feel appropriate. First of all, it must be grand, and it must be fashionable now. The bastard said, "It's right next to your mouth, why can't you think of it?" Shuangquai is called Industrial Company. Isn't it the most fashionable name now? Wednesday said, okay, it's really good. But the word industry is the general purpose. For example, regarding industry, there are many ways to describe it. Houses, land, forests, livestock, roads and mines, mail, wires, agricultural plants, manufacturing, all in one name. Which one is not industry? Which industry does my company belong to? The bastard smiled and said, "It's not that I'm angry with you. You are a businessman after all, and you have to give this back to me. You talk about a lot, such as manufacturing, farming, animal husbandry, forests, houses, land, roads, mines, and mails. You are a businessman after all, and you have to give this back to me. You talk about a lot, such as manufacturing, farming, animal husbandry, forests, houses, land, roads, mines, and mails. Do you know that although mails and roads, mines are branches of industry, roads, mines, post and telecommunications? It is indeed a specialized subject. As for the difference between manufacturing and manufacturing, I don't know how many differences there are. It is indeed a specialized subject. As for the difference between manufacturing and manufacturing, I don't know how many differences there are. If there are different types of hardware, such as steel, lead, etc., in terms of machines, in terms of needles and nails, which one does not have a special science? So you said you want to branch out. What kind of industry it is, I can't tell you a lot. I'm afraid I can't explain it for 3 days and 3 nights, just these few sentences. To be honest, you and I are close friends, so just talk about it. And you are a businessman and have learned many things. All this knowledge is of no use. If you are an overseas student, a current affairs officer, a newspaper writer, or a guest in a big house, I would not say it easily. Fame and wealth are nothing more than this, do you remember? All this knowledge is of no use. If you are an overseas student, a current affairs officer, a newspaper writer, or a guest in a big house, I would not say it easily. Fame and wealth are nothing more than this, do you remember? That year the emperor took the special economics exam. The emperor took the economic special subject. This sentence doesn't make sense at first. The emperor took the economic special subject. This sentence doesn't make sense at first. I am a person who is very indifferent to fame. You should know that I have a noble character. So as soon as there was news that the emperor was taking the special economic examination, I wrote hundreds of letters overnight and sent them to other departments to supervise. The servant inside said anxiously, "Thank you very much, please don't use me as a guarantee. I am not happy to do this kind of business." I would rather hang out in Shanghai, eat wine, and be a concubine. If you decide to use me as a guarantee, a monk who is willing to cut off his braids. Or just eat 3 chien to smoke opium and complain about your life. You are talking nonsense. I ask you, after becoming a monk and complaining about your life, can you still drink flower wine and have sex with your concubine? If so, you have to find an apprentice to have fun and smile. In general, if you supervise a minister, the prince is huge. Mr. Big, they all say Mr. Wang. Since you are so anxious, just ask for it and don't bother him. However, except for Mr. Wang, there is no qualified person who can guarantee the performance of this special economic subject. Since you are so anxious, just ask for it and don't bother him. However, except for Mr. Wang, there is no qualified person who can guarantee the performance of this special economic subject. Therefore, it is cheap and it is usually a new student who has only learned a little bit about it and just fills it up. Although the situation is also very strange, I am afraid that the emperor also knows that the only suitable person for this special economic field is Wang Wenlin, the scholar of Yuanhe County in Jiangnan Province. How come no one protects him? Although the situation is also very strange, I am afraid that the emperor also knows that the only suitable person for this special economic field is Wang Wenlin, the scholar of Yuanhe County in Jiangnan Province. How come no one protects him? I think it must have been for personal gain. Why don't you praise the emperor? Why don't you protect Wang Qing and Wenlin? The word Qing is used for no reason. It is really strange and makes people laugh. If so, doesn't it mean that I have followed the path of the emperor, and is it also a personal evil? But there is no Wang in it. This test is no longer interesting, so I am not interested in the rest of the article. I just messed around and finished it. Let me tell you honestly, at that time, although there was no insurance, the money was still very good. This test is no longer interesting, so I am not interested in the rest of the article. I just messed around and finished it. Let me tell you honestly, at that time, although there was no insurance, the money was still very good. He didn't know some subjects, so how could he take the exam? So he had to come and ask me for advice. I asked him for $200 foreign to teach him a secret. Wednesday said, "Hey, is there a secret to this?" "What kind of secret? Will you tell me?" The bastard said, "There are not many secrets. It's just a few sentences that I just said, and they are not as detailed as the few sentences I just said. If you want to sell money for $200 foreign, as long as these few sentences are written in the paper, the examiner will take a look, and he will be very familiar with the current affairs." And slipped away. I talked so much nonsense that I almost broke my heart laughing. Only a bastard can say it. Zhou smiled and said, "I see you don't have such an ability, you are always disrespectful. You are just a scholar, nothing earth-shattering." The bastard said, "You talk softly, you are just a scholar, but you know that a scholar has how many talents are there? A scholar is the root of a prime minister. If you think about it, the term scholar is nothing like a joke." As he said this, he heard the self-ringing bell ringing twice. He jumped up and said, "What's wrong? It's already 2. A scholar is the root of a prime minister. If you think about it, the term scholar is nothing like a joke." As he said this, he heard the self-ringing bell ringing twice. He jumped up and said, "What's wrong? It's already 2. Asking her to wait is definitely not what I think. Asking her to wait is definitely not what I think. And after returning home, she refused to go to sleep, and finally waited for me to eat porridge, pack a cigarette, peel the lotus seeds, stew them on the chicken crow pot, and prepare snacks for me to eat in bed in the morning. It's time, I have to leave first. No more waiting for you. After hearing this on Wednesday, I laughed secretly in my heart. I'm afraid I'd like to ask you to see the hairball. But it's not interesting for me to live here. As for Chilyun, I didn't like her at first. She had such a big appetite that I honestly didn't dare to ask for advice. What kind of appetite do you want to ask? It's Sister Ajin. When one was quiet, chatting, it was really interesting to pester her all night. There was also Xiaoha and Nest. When one was quiet, chatting, it was really interesting to pester her all night. There was also Xiaoha nestled in the mischief place, and his shadow had disappeared. The next best thing is that Xiao, this little guy is only 15 years old, but is there any candy on Chinda? It's not that I have sugar, but I have money. I misunderstood. From this point of view, today's 2 sets of wine were so unaccountable that I had to blame myself for not being able to invite Chen Xiaohe. After Master Xiaohe dies, I will not share the same stage with him and invite him here for no reason. Please show this phenomenon. Anyway, there are 2 levels of explanation. The first is, Chen Xiaohe, please be happy with me, but I am not afraid that you will fall into my palm. Xiao he is gone. The 2 enemies of the dirty bitch and the coquettish elder sister are already hard to resist, let alone adding a way out to recruit friends. I take care of ordinary children. The first level is, do you care about Kian's wandering hooves? I have black peonies. After all, she is a woman from a good family, and she is no better than a bitch who only cares about money and has no true feelings at all. A good woman like Black Peony is actually only 1 step away from a bitch. After thinking about it, he said, I left too. The bastard said, no need, someone will come to entertain you for a while. In the end, Xiao can't escape. After all, it's just child's play to have 2 stages. Don't Xiao also give you fun? I'm afraid it doesn't make sense. Wednesday shook his head and said, it's all in vain after all, poor, you'll understand when you look at the time. It's 2 o'clock and closing time has passed. Look at the firelight in the room opposite. It's not that the oil lamps have all gone out. The one on the dressing table in front of the bed, the long-necked oil lamp was lit, so he was obviously asleep. By the way, there are also overnight guests. The bastard also knows that the future is not going well, but he is a little angry for Zhou. You are really trying too hard, don't try too hard, just keep your beloved concubine tighter. In your dream, Zhou Ziwang is waiting to be eaten. Opposite door, thank you next door. Said. Where did this style come from? It's really a new invention, especially improved. Wednesday said, stop talking, let's go. When I got to the escalator, I realized that Xiao was in the small room. He rushed out and said, young Master Zhou, don't go. It's time to go. Come tomorrow morning, don't stay. First sentence, second sentence. How to accept it is really the so-called social appearance. Wednesday also said nothing and just walked away. Let's put aside Wednesday, the next day's appointment with Black Peony to rent a house in Sanxingli and have tea in the small garden. How to accept it is really the so-called social appearance. Wednesday also said nothing and just walked away. Let's put aside Wednesday, the next day's appointment with Black Peony to rent a house in Sanxingli and have tea in the small garden. Let's say that Xiao pretended to give Zhou a step away. Returning to the pavilion room, she giggled for a while, and Sister Ajin said, "Young Master Chen, please go and settle in the big room." Chen Dashin yawned. An expressive pen. He said, "I'll stay here. To be honest, I have to sleep until the fire is lit before I get up. It's very inconvenient to fall asleep in the big room." Sister Ajin said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, don't you know? You are talking about going to Zilu. Mr. Ni is a Zni, so what kind of guests do you have to accept?" Sister Ajin said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, don't you know? You are talking about going to Zilu. Mr. Ni is a Zni, so what kind of guests do you have to accept? Come to just say something nonsense, go back and borrow a room, and the guest will leave naturally. Just say something nonsense, go back and borrow a room, and the guest will leave naturally. There is no place to borrow the room, so I have no choice but to leave." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The threshold to the pavilion room was not even crossed. As for Chinda, when he came to Chiu Yun's house that day, Chiu Yun took a peek inside the small leather bag and saw that there were dozens of 1,000 yuan bills. Chiu Yun mistook them, but there were not so many. The brain is 5,000 and several hundred yuan. I did have the banknotes. I had taken away the full 2,000 yuan, and there were still 3,000 yuan left. Unknowingly, in the past 3 days, everyone said thank you, and the person named Shen was penniless. As for the 8 pairs of tables, do you want to eat them? Think about it. Chinda doesn't have time to drink this wine. Sister Ajin is definitely not that stupid. Anyone who has socialized in this family doesn't know that drinking is just to save face. You may have to lose too. When it comes to making money, it is beyond Lioha. The way to live and ignore it is to think of Sister Ajin. Are you really willing to ask Chinda to drink this 8/8 double channel? Moreover, although there are all kinds of strange tricks in the prostitution world in Shanghai, there are many, and the rich ones are very rich. In fact, I don't hear that there are very wealthy customers who eat 8 pairs of tables, or drink 128 tables of wine in one go. Even the name of these 8 double channels is only mentioned in The Emergence of the Business World, but I have never heard of this name. Even the name of these 8 double channels is only mentioned in The Emergence of the Business World, but I have never heard of this name. Without further adu, let's talk about Chen Xiaohe and Chen De. They can be considered as a person who has been prostituted in the sea, but he has never met Xie Chuyan of Bailu. Such a strange shape, but there is a kind of deep emotion that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Wait, does Xie Chuyan really have this interest? Such a strange shape, but there is a kind of deep emotion that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Wait, does Xie Chuyan really have this interest? No, it's just prostitution and promiscuity. It should be noted that Xie Chuyan was originally from Ningbo. As for the Ningbo woman's condition along the way, one can imagine. What kind of person is Chen Deyuan? It is true that people of the same species flock together and things divide into groups. Therefore, Chindaji regarded Xia Qiuyun as a deity transformed into a human being. Qiuyun also wholeheartedly wanted to marry Chinda, and Chinda also wholeheartedly wanted to marry Qiuyun. If I can't get married, I would rather live with 3 coins of opium and cigarettes. Chinda was heartbroken after hearing this. If I can't get married, I would rather live with 3 coins of opium and cigarettes. Chinda was heartbroken after hearing this. If I can't get married, I would rather cut off 8,000 worries and become a monk. So they agreed on the Articles of Association, and with a net worth of 5,000 yuan, they immediately retired from the brand and announced their marriage. Chinda took matters into his own hands and was reluctant to treat Qiuyun as his little wife. She wore the same phoenix crown and xia pei, and a sedan chair with red lights, and she preached a clear voice to welcome her back to the mansion. The discussion has been settled. I was so happy that I ran to my money shop to get foreign money. That money shop is behind the main road. What is the name of the street called Chinma Road? That Chinma Road was originally behind the main road. Instead of calling it back road, it is called Chinma Road. Do you want to be surprised? I still don't know about the clerical errors in writing the book. Or is it another street name? There is no need to study him for this. There is a ghost on the tip of the pen. Just say that the Chongmao money shop in Wufuli, Chinma Road, is indeed the father of Chen Shaohe and Chinda, and is fully owned by the owner. The blocking hand's surname was Fong, and his given name was Duanbo. He was from Yuyao County, Shaoxing Prefecture, Eastern Zhejiang. He is old, he is 70 years old today, and he is a very old-fashioned person. Chinda rushed in and just shouted, "Take, take, take, bring tens of thousands of foreign money, use it, money, 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 take, take, take." At this time, the old blocker Fong Duanbo. Xia Zheng was leaning on the wicker chair, putting on his large round convex glasses with brass rims. He was holding a thick cigarette rod 3 feet 6 inches long with a big hairy gourd head in his mouth. He was holding up a newspaper in one hand. Enjoy watching. Hearing loud shouting, he hid the newspaper towards himself. Lifting up his glasses, he glanced at his eyes and looked carefully. Draw an old man alive, describing his spirit. But it was Chen Shaohe, the little boss, who floated his body. He has rules and identity. Chinda didn't wait for Uncle Duan to speak, but he kept shouting, "Foreign money, banknotes, foreign money, banknotes." Duanbo then put the news aside and said, "What expenses does my boss have? But money is extremely tight these days. Where can I find so many banknotes? If there are some serious expenses, it must be you have to take care of the cashier. He will go to the cashier tomorrow to open it. However, it depends on the situation. If you can dismantle it, if you cannot dismantle it, it will never come back. Do you know what the owner is for?" After hearing this, Chinda was stunned for a moment and said, "The foreign money that needs to be used immediately can't wait until tomorrow. However, it depends on the situation. If you can dismantle it, if you cannot dismantle it, it will never come back. Do you know what the owner is for? Is it still considered an old brand HSBC big money shop?" Duanbo then said, "Hey, it only takes a few dollars of foreign money. There is some. There are also banknotes and foreign currency. Not to mention these few foreign dollars, there are also $100 and $200. Chen Dei stamped his feet and said, "It's a waste of time, it's a waste of time. Who wants a few foreign dollars? Do I have to come here to get a few foreign dollars? It is at least indispensable. Today I want 8,000 foreign dollars. One of them is missing, but I can't afford it. Reputation is important, and the one I have now is indeed the best. If not, try to get it for me right away. You won't have to wait until tomorrow." Duanhua asked, "It's not such an urgent matter, but the bigger the number, the better. It can be done slowly. How much does it cost?" Chen sat down and said, "You don't know that in my eagerness to get this money, I got a rare treasure. It's not a rare treasure, but a living treasure. In the final analysis, it is a treasure in this world." Duanbo smiled and said, "It's definitely a rare treasure." Chen Dedeo said, "Listen to me, there is a beauty in the 5th house of Jinyafang." "Beauty, you can make a joke." Duanbo laughed and said, I understand, I understand. She is a rare treasure and a beauty. All in all, she is just a bitch." Chinda stamped his feet and said, "Hey! Now you are the wife of the boss, the wife of the boss, the eldest grandmother of the Qin family, and the young lady of Mr. Qin Shaohe. Are you still pretending to be a bitch?" A string of bells, lifelike. Duanbo sneered, but Chinda ignored it and just said, "That beauty is called Xia Chuyan. He is 6 years younger than me. The fortune teller must say that he is in 6 clashes, which means his marriage is not compatible. He is just 29 years old, so he is 18 years old. He is 6 years younger than me. The fortune teller must say that he is in 6 clashes, which means his marriage is not compatible. He is just 29 years old, so he is 18 years old. That's amazing. Chinda is 24 years old this year, but he is still young. So he is from your hometown. Deshen, this is really called fate. He and I were strangers to each other. It was Zhou Zian and Zhou Laosan who worked as a broker. He turned out to be a broker. Can knew it, so he said he had a lot of business. He might not know what industry he was in. He did a good job. That day, we were having a treat on Wednesday and met me. It was really strange, even in this 20th century. It's a romantic saying in the world of Tongzi, "I'm so embarrassed and ugly, please stop saying a few words to me." On the contrary, as soon as he saw me, he threw Wednesday into the ocean of the East, but I didn't call him a game. Have a drink, have a fight, spend a penny, and just leave me. It's a romantic saying in the world of Tongzi, "I'm so embarrassed and ugly, please stop saying a few words to me." On the contrary, as soon as he saw me, he threw Wednesday into the ocean of the East, but I didn't call him a game. Have a drink, have a fight, spend a penny, and just leave me. Duanbo said. Take your time, take your time. I am a first-class amateur in the world of prostitution. How can I say that I have fallen out with you, and what have I fallen behind? Take your time, take your time. I am a first-class amateur in the world of prostitution. How can I say that I have fallen out with you, and what have I fallen behind? Chinda just said, I was drinking in the big room on Wednesday, and I fell in the pavilion. Duanbo said, the more I listen, the more confused I become. What kind of rain is it falling on? Or is it snow or hail? Wonderful talk, no such words, no such article, extremely funny. Chen laughed and said, "You are pestering me again, why are you so good?" Duanbo said, "We were so close to each other that we fell in love with each other." It's such a strange story. Since the interest of this good relationship has been lost, it will no longer be romantic and interesting. Wonderful explanation, not humane, although it is called funny, it contains the truth. Since the interest of this good relationship has been lost, it will no longer be romantic and interesting. Wonderful explanation, not humane, although it is called funny, it contains the truth. Chen laughed and said, "It's obviously you who are joking with me. Don't make nonsense, listen to what I say. It's serious. You want to be in the hall. How can there be such a strange thing? It is really a romantic affair like this when a beautiful man meets a talented man, and a talented man meets a beautiful woman. I have never encountered such a happy and passionate marriage in my life." 3 of these words are repeated to convey the spirit of Adu, so from that day on. I have been living here until now. Can came out from her place and came here. Now it has been decided that as soon as she marries me, I will marry her. She does not want my wealth and money, but what she has I just need to make up for this little shortfall with her. If you want to get married in a serious manner, you still need to give hundreds of foreign dollars as a tea gift. Thinking about it this way, wouldn't she be even more polite by not accepting the tea gift? Her status has become more and more noble. When I married her, my wife spent 1,000 yuan on a tea ceremony. You must understand that the name is called tea ceremony, but it is actually the same as buying a girl to buy a little wife's worth. So I made my own decision and demoted the eldest grandmother's position and promoted Chiuyun. This is what today's new scholars call special improvement. You are older and have broader knowledge. Do I admire your plan? You are older and have broader knowledge. Do I admire your plan? Uncle Duan listened and just shook his head, raised his eyebrows and stamped his feet. Chinda said again, "But are these few foreign dollars an extremely important expense?" Duanbo sighed and said, "The 3rd chapter is over. Chapter 4, The telegram came and the fuel oil soared. I went down to the hall to beg to go and the flag was still raised. It is said that Fong Duanbua, the old shopkeeper. Chapter 4, The telegram came and the fuel oil soared. I went down to the hall to beg to go and the flag was still raised. It is said that Fong Duanbua, the old shopkeeper of Chongmao Money Shop in Wufuli, Qianma Road, after hearing the bizarre words, "I am not relying on my old age to show off my old age. I have grown a few years in vain. My parents have known each other and said a few unpleasant words. Quite early on, when your lord, Mr. He Qing, first arrived in Shanghai, he was naked. Only by virtue of his diligence, thrift, loyalty, and sincerity, did he fall in love with the foreigner Michelle Shuesheng. Slowly becoming proud. Now I have earned 3 to 5 million yuan in household goods, and I have finally gained some reputation in the business world, which is pretty decent. Now, less than 100 days after your death, you are a filial piety, but it is the time to sleep on a thatch and a pillow. After all, in the business world, you can't compare to the rules of a scholar. You must be polite and courteous, and no one will blame you for being careless. After all, in the business world, you can't compare to the rules of a scholar. You must be polite and courteous, and no one will blame you for being careless. However, the 3-year mourning period, from the emperor to the common people, does not distinguish between high and low, and does not distinguish between academic and business circles. In short, it is the same, a great gift. You are so ridiculous. Just 5 days after Lord Zun passed away, he married Xie Rui, a leading singer in the Yaxian class in Songxing Hutong, into his family. 3 days later, the eldest sister from somewhere, called a Zhao, was brought to the house again. It's the girl from Li's mansion, it's the resident pheasant. There are suddenly a lot of females in the house. Now she is even more ruthless and wants to spend thousands of dollars to marry a prostitute. As for the money, it turns out it's yours, but it's only within 2 or 3 months. 1/3 of the furniture has been lost. In this way, in less than a year, it will be over. Xiaohe, do you know that when the money goes away, it never comes back? As the saying goes, if you leave with a smile, you will never come back with tears. And the place in Shanghai is called thousand-layer pancakes. For example, you have a fortune worth hundreds of thousands of silver. He is not a rich man. Even if he spends all his money in one day, he is not a rich man. Thinking about it this way, why bother? There is another saying, I'm afraid you won't listen to it. You are very capable of spending money. Do you have the ability to make money? After all, you have to make some money. You must have the ability to make money. I advise you to save it. One of Xie Chuyuan's items, let's forget it seriously. As for prostitutes, where is the true love? You must have the ability to make money. I advise you to save it. One of Xie Chuyuan's items, let's forget it seriously. As for prostitutes, where is the true love? All in all, I just want to spend some money on you. Suppose you, Chen Xiaohe, are a naked and poor man. Then Chuyuan doesn't recognize you anymore. Let alone a naked and poor man, as long as you are an ordinary agent, he doesn't recognize you anymore and doesn't pay you a single glance. Anyway, you know the current market situation, and money is tight. You have never encountered, then Chuyuan doesn't recognize you anymore. Let alone a naked and poor man, as long as you are an ordinary agent, he doesn't recognize you anymore and doesn't pay you a single glance. Anyway, you know the current market situation, and money is tight. You have never encountered this at your age. Even I, who am 70 years old this year and have been in the Shanghai business world for more than 50 years, encountered him for the first time. What is necessary is at least 8,000 foreign dollars, or 10,000 foreign dollars. There is nothing you can do if you don't get it done. After listening to Uncle Duan's many disappointing words, Chinda felt that this was not the case. However, I still hope that after nagging him, he will regret it after taking the money, and just give him a meal. When it comes, there is still nothing, and I can't help but wonder how high the unknown fire has risen. He immediately put on his bossy look, slapped the table, and his eyes widened. He yelled, "Man, what are you saying is nonsense? It's up to me to use my money. No one can say that I can't use it. I want to use the money, but you have to say whether I have it or not. Isn't it the opposite?" Uncle Duan was also angry, and he was so old-fashioned that he said with fire on the ground, "Who are you talking to over there? There are no rules for waiting like this. When your father died, you were neither deaf nor blind. Didn't your father say, "My evil deeds failed to live up to my expectations, and I looked like a generation of glory"? When your father died, you were neither deaf nor blind. Didn't your father say, "My evil deeds failed to live up to my expectations, and I looked like a generation of glory"? I, a small family, relied on Duan Wang's hard work, and instead of being that sinful waste is a waste, so it is better to give it to a friend. Then foreign rules. It was just for fun. However, our culture in China is not open, and these few words of mine seem shocking. Yes, now I have no choice but to imitate Mr. Lu's rules. If the heir can help, then he will help, otherwise the husband will take care of himself. Have you forgotten these few words of the will? Your Excellency has the loyalty of Mr. Lu, but don't I have the loyalty of Zhuge Liang? So there is no personal relationship at all. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, I will tell you the truth. You are so ridiculous now, don't I have the right to say a word? Don't say that I am your father who has entrusted you with a heavy responsibility. You are just an ordinary old man. You should be reprimanded for your behavior. In a word, the money is yours and the power is mine. What if I don't give it to you? Chen De was furious and shouted, "Rebellion, rebellion, you old thief, want to usurp the throne. You have the right to hold the money. I have the right to use you or not." Uncle Duan was speechless when he heard this sentence. He was so anxious that he said something like a thimble, "Do you want to stop my business? Take off my authority? I have the right to use you or not." Uncle Duan was speechless when he heard this sentence. He was so anxious that he said something like a thimble, "Do you want to stop my business? Take off my authority? I am the one who came into your hands. The authority your lord gave me. Please come and put me to bed." Chinda sneered and said, Okay. I'll talk to you in the new yamen." At this moment, Duan was making too much noise. All the clerks rushed to try to persuade him. One of the clerks was named Du Xiaozhen, but he was from Dongting Mountain and was extremely capable. But it's flattering. As the saying goes, thousands of people can be worn, but flattery can never be worn. Therefore, He Qing, Chinda's father, also regarded him as a trusted friend and was very reliable. Even Fang Duanbua also valued him. In fact, whether this person in the bones is reliable or not, as the new scholars say. Exactly an absolute inverse proportion. At that time, Xiaozhen persuaded Chinda to sit in the tent room. He quickly poured tea and handed the water pipe to the hookah. He repeatedly asked the waiter to pour face wash water. He personally poured more than 10 drops of Lin Wen's fireworks dew perfume, which he had never used before. Of towels. The transparent Jilan soap is neat and complete. Boss Lao Ban screamed loudly. Chin Dada agreed and washed his face. The transparent Jilan soap is neat and complete. Boss Lao Ban screamed loudly. Chin Dada agreed and washed his face. Xiaozhen lit an opium lantern, grabbed a 5 yuan note, and shouted at the waiter to fly to Guangxingxin on 2nd Avenue. Go pick out the Fuzi cigarette cream for $5. The one that costs $1, 2 cents, and 5 cents. $5 foreign dollars is only 1, 2, 2 and 5 cents. Go pick out the Fuzzy cigarette cream for $5. The one that costs $1, 2 cents, and 5 cents. We only had to cross the road to get there, and within 5 minutes we had picked it back. Xiaozhen asked Chinda to lie down, but he lay on the opposite side and filled Chinda's cigarettes. Chinda saw Xiaozhen being so complimentary, and he happened to be addicted to cigarettes, so he felt even more comforted by everything. Look at how young he is. The talent was very beautiful, so he put on a smile and said, "It's hard for you to think carefully. I was so angry with that old thief that my tobacco bugs jumped up." Xiaozhen said, "Why did my boss get into trouble with the blocking hand?" Chin Dada told the whole story. Xiaozhen said hurriedly, "Congratulations, congratulations. Then it's the wife of the real boss, and the man has to drink the wedding wine." Chinda was so excited. He had never heard such sweet words since he had his ears. Then it's the wife of the real boss, and the man has to drink the wedding wine. Chinda was so excited. He had never heard such sweet words since he had his ears. He grinned and couldn't close his mouth. Then Xiaozhen said again, "As for foreign money, it is very convenient. When the clerk issues a few demand notes, it will be the same as cashing in foreign money. If we talk about sporadic use, I still have thousands of foreign currency notes saved." Chinda suddenly realized, "Your calculations are very reasonable, very reasonable. When the clerk issues a few demand notes, it will be the same as cashing in foreign money. If we talk about sporadic use, I still have thousands of foreign currency notes saved. 500 or 300 yuan, no matter how much it is, write 10 of them on each item and put them on you. For example, does it work like banknotes? We are actually the banknotes made by Do. Your surname happens to be Do, which is extremely clever. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, wouldn't it be fun to make money all day long? But a small square piece of paper is not worth a penny. In a large sense, it is 108,000. In a small way, it is nothing more than 100 and 200. I am writing with pleasure. Am I not a living god of wealth?" Xiaozhen said, "Isn't my boss a living god of wealth? Even the god of wealth is not as wealthy as his boss. Even the god of wealth is not as wealthy as his boss." Chindagang was about to say something when a few waiters came in and said, "The handbags have been rolled up and we have to go back immediately. Don't worry about anything." When Chinday heard this, he jumped up and clapped his hands and said, "This old thief knows what's interesting. He doesn't pack up his bedclothes. To be honest, I'm going to do it for him. Who can afford to take a roll? Wouldn't it be nice to light the fire and burn it out? Now let's ask Du Xiaozhen to be the blocker. To be the blocker, it's a deal. To be honest, I'm going to do it for him. Who can afford to take a roll? Wouldn't it be nice to light the fire and burn it out? Now let's ask Du Xiaozhen to be the blocker. To be the blocker, it's a deal." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xiaozhen and said, "Please take care of everything, please take care of me." Du Xiaozhen was so panicked that he lost his cigarette stick and said hurriedly, If you are not qualified, you will definitely not dare to take on this important task. Please take back the order and find another capable person to take on the important task. The clerk is not very talented and has little knowledge. He never dares to take orders. He never dares to take orders. Chin Dao Dao, it's boring to do it like this. I don't like it the most. Honestly. There is nothing wrong with the people I admire. I have no time to smoke opium. You hurry up and make some banknotes for me, and I'll go to Chiryun's place with you to play. Let me tell you, there is an eldest sister in Chiryun's room who is socializing. Her name is Sister Ajin. A native of Hengtong Town, Luoxiang, Suzhou, it is said that he is only 23 years old this year. Don't say anything else, his sharp eyes are like this, that's called life. As long as he slips away from a native of Hengtong Town, Luoxiang, Suzhou, it is said that he is only 23 years old this year. Don't say anything else, his sharp eyes are like this, that's called life. As long as he slips away from others, his soul will slip away and his joints will become crispy. That skin is white. Smooth, tender, all in all, it doesn't look good at all. I'm going to be a matchmaker with you, and I won't turn down the vote just for fun. If it doesn't work, it's not Master Chen's cards that are being played. And there is another reason. My Chiryun will definitely only have Sister Ajin to comb his hair with him. No matter how she combs her hair, she doesn't like it. Now that Chiryun has married me, she still wants Sister Ajin to comb her hair. You and Sister Ajin are married. Anyway, I just feel like there is no one living in my mansion. I can't remember how many houses there are, and there are too many people. Just come and stay. But are you willing to spend your sister-in-law's time combing her hair every day? Xiaozhen said indifferently, it's a joke, it's a joke. How can I refuse to do so? The boss rewarded the waiter with this beauty, and the waiter asked his concubine to come and serve the beauty. Just come and stay. But are you willing to spend your sister-in-law's time combing her hair every day? Xiaozhen said indifferently, it's a joke, it's a joke. How can I refuse to do so? The boss rewarded the waiter with this beauty, and the waiter asked his concubine to come. Qindadao, have you married Mrs. Ru? Xiaozhen said, how dare the man want to marry a concubine when his wife can't support him? The so-called concubine is the wife of the family. How dare the man wrong the beauty that his boss has rewarded him with? So turn the title over. The original principal wife was demoted to be the side chamber, and this beauty was promoted to be the principal chamber. It's not that I have a little wife in my head. Qindadao, okay, you and I seem to be the same person. You and I are like-minded confidants. Is your wife in Shanghai now? Xiaozhen said, I moved here last year, and there is a girl at home. She is 17 years old this year and has not been married yet. I cherish the days when my parents were. You and I are like-minded confidants. Is your wife in Shanghai now? Xiaozhen said, I moved here last year, and there is a girl at home. She is 17 years old this year and has not been married yet. Reluctant to seal a marriage casually. Where is my roommate? Reluctant to seal a marriage casually. Where is my roommate? But she is too talented and beautiful, and her ambition is too proud. It is said that businessmen do not want to marry. As long as she is a famous person, even if she is older and poorer, she will still be a concubine. Qindadao, hey, it's strange that he is willing to be the little wife. Don't you take it too lightly? And what kind of appearance is called a romantic celebrity? Xiaozhen said, I can't figure it out either. According to my sister, it's like this. Don't you take it too lightly? And what kind of appearance is called a romantic celebrity? Xiaozhen said, I can't figure it out either. According to my sister, it's like this. For example, this person has to know how to write. He can write both Jingqiao and Lijuan, so he should be good at it. Everyone went to him for advice. Only when you write on fans, screen strips, hall banners, couplets, and plaques can you be considered good at writing. It's not just about writing draft accounts and issuing invoices, it's also about writing. After being able to write, you can't count. You also need to be able to write an article. As for writing an article, it is just an outline, and there are still difficulties in it. Why is it called difficult? That is, poems, lyrics, verses, long and short sentences, compilations, narratives, legends, and vernacular classical Chinese. If you can do all of them, you can be considered an essayist, lyricist, author, and expert. 3 religions and 9 streams, scriptures and interpretations, military books and tactics, everything is comprehensive. Know everything. It is not just a matter of traveling and understanding, one must have profound knowledge to be able to count. These 3 are the skills of serious learning. The rest of the fun things and pastimes are like playing the harp and singing the harp, cultivating flowers and planting grass, playing games and throwing pots, exquisite mischief and formal absurdity. Therefore, princes, ministers, and elders all admired his name and communicated with him. Everyone in the world knows someone when they talk about it. This is called a celebrity. After hearing this, Chinda stretched out his tongue and couldn't retract it. He shouted in a strange voice, "Ouch! Where can such a famous person be found in Shanghai? It's hard. It's hard. My sister has no choice but to live without a husband for the rest of her life." Xiaozhen said again, "Master, listen to me, this gentleman still needs to be romantic. A celebrity who is not romantic will work in vain. Chindadeo, this is even more difficult." "But I don't know how to be romantic." Xiaozhen said, "This Feng Lu is even more surprised." "But I don't know how to be romantic." Xiaozhen said, "This Feng Lu is even more surprised." For example, the wife of this celebrity's family, even if she is born like a flower or the Chingri family held on to it and wouldn't let it go, so their vision was not broad and their ambition was not high. The Chingri family held on to it and wouldn't let it go, so their vision was not broad and their ambition was not high. If there are neat girls at home, the young mother will eventually have to be secretive. If these girls and their mothers don't want to, they have to try their best to tease them until they are willing to give up. If a person behaves like a master and makes the girls and mothers dare not gossip and laugh a little, this kind of person is called chaos moli, the present Zhongkue. This does not count if the sister next door, the sister-in-law in my own family. Relatives, brothers and sisters all have to play tricks. As for masters, witches, and prostitutes, it goes without saying. Only a celebrity like this can be considered a truly romantic celebrity. As a result, my sister-in-law was willing to marry. Main room and deputy room. Young and old don't care. Chinda yelled strangely again, "Oh, oh." Then he laughed and said, "I am a famous person, but I am not a famous person. As for the word Fenglu, who else can it be besides me? To put it this way, it shows that your sister is also a very charming young lady, and I will pay you a visit sometime. Shoutzen said, "Do you still want to tell me about my boss? In a few days, we will no longer be a family. How dare I not serve my boss?" Tyndale said, "It's a favor, it's a favor. It's getting late. Write to me quickly." Shoutzen said, "Do you still want to tell me about my boss? In a few days, we will no longer be a family. How dare I not serve my boss?" Tyndale said, "It's a favor, it's a favor. It's getting late. Write to me quickly. Once you have the money, let's go to Chiu-yun's house." Shoutzen agreed and hurriedly ran to the account. I grabbed a stack of small square paper, poured a drop of water on the inkstone, rubbed the ink horizontally and vertically for a while, and then started writing. "Write 1 for 5,000 yuan, 1 for 3,000 yuan, 10 for 1,000 yuan, 10 for 500 yuan, and 10 for 300 and 200 yuan. I wrote a total of 52 pieces, and when I checked the abacus, I found exactly 29,000 yuan. After calculating correctly, he said, "Master, please come here." Chen Dayuan was lying on the cigarette couch. After hearing this, he jumped from the cigarette couch to the tent, looking at the messy pile. He couldn't help but grinned. "Pack them all up." Shoutzen said, "There are 52 pieces of paper here worth 29,000 yuan. Chinda took it and said, 29,000? Here and there, write another 1,000 to make up to 30,000. Shoutzen said, "The 1,000 yuan banknotes are exactly the same. Do you want to pay 30,000 yuan to the owner's account?" Chin Dao Dao, "Okay, why bother paying the bill?" Shoutzen said, "This is the job of a clerk. You can open a red account in the future." Chinda Dao, why bother? Now that your brother is blocking me, am I still worried? It only costs a few small square pieces of paper. For the most worthless things, if you want to use them, you can just use them as written." Shoutzen said, "Thanks to the trust of my employer, how dare I write a little privately?" Mr. Chen put the many HSBC demand notes in his small leather bag and said, "Everything is fine now. Let's go to Kunyifang for a casual meal. Please come with us if you like." Shoutzen repeatedly agreed. So they went to Xie Chuyun's BU building in Kunyifang together. Sister Chuyun Ajin accompanied her carefully and received her attentively. Chinda pointed at Shoutzen and said to Chuyun and Ajin. Sister Jean said, "This is young Master Du, the big shopkeeper in the small village. Chuyun, Ajinzi is the one who stands in the way of the money shop. How can you not fawn over him? This is young Master Du, the big shopkeeper in the small village. Chuyun, Ajinzi is the one who stands in the way of the money shop. How can you not fawn over him?" It should be noted that the most wealthy customers in the prostitution world and the first class of good accounts are the Shangxi ticket gang, and the second is the money bank that stands in the way. As for the salary of bankers, the limit is only 200 coins per year, no more. As far as salary is concerned, there is no one who is qualified to be a prostitute. If you work hard for 1 vote a year, you will not be decent with him. How can we say that apart from the Shangxi gang, even if their accounts are rich and good? Even millions of dollars of wealth come and go with just a chart, a small square piece of paper, all deposited in his hand. Even if it is chopped off by an axe, 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000 can be taken out immediately. And the money shop has the strictest rules. Even millions of dollars of wealth come and go with just a chart, a small square piece of paper, all deposited in his hand. Even if it is chopped off by an axe, 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000 can be taken out immediately. And the money shop has the strictest rules, even if it's blocking hands. There is no rule about spending the night in the hall, so you can do whatever you like. Once you are happy, you will have to go back. There is no rule about spending the night in the hall, so you can do whatever you like. Once you are happy, you will have to go back. After he returned, he happened to be entertaining other guests. I know there will be some business coming to the pharmacy tomorrow. This is still a cheap thing. Slightly more disadvantageous are Bao Lanfang and Mu Wei San. There is a business of 35 foreign dollars, and the ability to heal everything in 3 days and 7 days. After half a year and 3 months, don't ask them for rules if you don't have fun, so this group of people are the most flattering in the hall. Anyway, this class of people. He was also happy to make a fuss, and the money he used was not real money, but just scribbling on a small square paper. If something bad happens in the future, if you don't do his job, someone else will take the responsibility. Now, no matter how much money Xiaocun has, it doesn't matter whether it's thousands or tens of thousands, he only needs to say a word to pull it down. Don't be afraid that Chinda will not take responsibility. Just stay here, I can't say anything about what's going on down there. If I were to expose this peep show with just a few nonsense words in one breath, a first-class person like Du Xiaocun would scold me. Anyway, I am not a person of this kind. Finally, I said that I didn't know the actual situation, so my understanding was wrong. Since I don't know the actual situation, I won't talk about it. I'll just talk about what I really know. What do you really know? It was Sister Ajin who glanced at Du Xiaocun. Understand that she was only in her mid-20s, with a fair, round face, an interesting expression, and an interesting set of clothes. She just stared at Xiaocun without blinking. Understand that she was only in her mid-20s, with a fair, round face, an interesting expression, and an interesting set of clothes. She just stared at Xiaocun without blinking. Xiaocun also made a mental decision. This situation was that of Sister Ajin, whose beauty was only 80%. On the contrary, his attitude is coquettish, which is a full 12 points. So he didn't blink and just stared at Sister Ajin. The two of them were fascinated by each other, so-called ecstasy. Chinda clapped his hands and laughed and said, "Fate, fate," but this noise woke up the crazy and slut couple. I don't think it's interesting at all. Sister Ajin struck up a conversation and said, "Ah, you are here in a coma, and the cigarette lantern has not been lit yet. What are you doing when Ah Chiao is here? Guests are here, don't you know what to say? I ran out, the devil is here to wander around." Chin Dei clapped his hands and laughed. "Sister Ajin, are you unconscious? So not shy." Sister Ajin rolled her eyes and said, "Young Master Nai de Shao Mo." Chen laughed and said, "I will do whatever I want." Sister Ajin said, "Don't say anything, just chew it for as long as you can, and just answer Mr. Du at the end of the day, be polite. If you have any descriptions, please don't go out of your way to describe it. If you are not talking about this account, please keep silent. It's like a duck's urine stinks." Chen Dei reluctantly said to Su Bai, the gossip in this account does not smell like duck urine at all, but the things in this account smell like duck urine after a while." Before he could finish his words, everyone clapped their hands and laughed. Sister Ajin was so anxious that she just stamped her feet and laughed for a while. Chinda. Shoutson was lying down to smoke, and Sister Ajin went to sit next to Mr. Chin. After taking 3 or 2 puffs of cigarette, she said, "Young Master Chin, Mr. Ni's behavior must be the way it should be." "That's right. Madam Li Du is here. Please tell me, young Master Ni, and ask Li to come up." Chindaji jumped up and said, "My mother-in-law and my wife are already here. Please come quickly." At this moment, I saw only one person rushing in. Chapter 5, The Monopoly of Guns and Magic Under the Sea, the castle in the air to watch a show and set up a stage. But Qin Shaohe and Qinda were talking about the arrival of the mother-in-law and his wife. "Please, please." At this moment, only one person rushed in. When I looked, it was none other than Wednesday, Zhou Zian. It turns out that on that Wednesday, since that day, my best friend Xie Qiuyun had been cheating on her, which was really bad. Fei Wei didn't feel sour at all, but became more confident. Chinda was also grateful that he was a generous friend who valued magnanimity, so he respected him even more. In less than 3 days, they were in close contact with each other, and they were Chinda was also grateful that he was a generous friend who valued magnanimity, so he respected him even more. In less than 3 days, they were in close contact with each other, and they were even 1,000 times more affectionate than their own brothers. At that time, I rushed into the room and looked at his expression, which looked like he was very surprised. Qin Dabian said, "Third child, where are you from?" "I'm afraid that Black Peony will come, but I haven't moved to Duophuli in a long time." Wednesday took something out of his arms and said, "Look, look." When Chinda came to see it, it was a telegram. He said, "This is a telegram. Third child, where are you from?" "I'm afraid that Black Peony will come, but I haven't moved to Duophuli in a long time." Wednesday took something out of his arms and said, "Look, look." When Chinda came to see it, it was a telegram. He said, "This is a telegram. Where did it come from?" Wednesday said, "Look, I hope you like it." Chin Dao Dao, "Oh, are you calling from the Su family's sister from Nagasaki? She is about to return to China. It's really interesting." Wednesday said, "Bah." Wednesday said, "Look, I hope you like it." Chin Dao Dao, "Oh, are you calling from the Su family's sister from Nagasaki? She is about to return to China. It's really interesting." Wednesday said, "Bah. You are obsessed with the daughter of the Su family. You are a businessman, and he is a famous figure in the student world. You are a businessman, and he is a famous figure in the student world. Is it still as good as it was back then? I'm afraid that while you are here, you will still have to talk about the elder sister of the Su family and the younger sister of the Su family all day long, how romantic and affectionate they are. I'm afraid that he has long forgotten about you, Chinda, in a foreign country. Chin Dao Dao, don't accuse him wrongly, but he is not such a first-rate person." Wednesday said, "Don't say more, just read the telegram." Chin Dadian took out the telegram and looked at it. In fact, there were a lot of words that he didn't recognize. "If you honestly can't read, Chiyun and Sister Ajin seem to be too proud of their face when they see her. So he pursed his lips twice, twisted his body, and said, "Whoever has the patience to read this, you can read it to me." Du Xiaozhen hurriedly agreed, "Brother, read it to my boss." Du Xiaozhen flattered him blindly. Then he recited loudly, that a Gujiru merchant ship, carrying a certain amount of kerosene, was wrecked in a certain ocean. Qin Daji jumped up and said, "It's incredible, it's incredible. The Gujiru ship is full. They are all made of foreign oil. Can they withstand the trouble? I am most familiar with the foreign oil market." The existing foreign oil market was less than 20 days old, so we announced the import of Gujiru to support the market. Third child, did you know about this telegram tea party? The place where various businesses gather together is called the tea party, but it is not in a tea shop, but in a cigarette shop, so it should only be called a cigarette party. Wednesday smiled and said, "This is my private telegram. Are you willing to let your peers know about it? You and I are our own brothers, so I came here to give you a message. To be honest, I don't have time to chat with you. I have to finish it all overnight." Wednesday smiled and said, "This is my private telegram. Are you willing to let your peers know about it? You and I are our own brothers, so I came here to give you a message. To be honest, I don't have time to chat with you. I have to finish it all overnight. If you buy less, you will make more money by buying one more box. You should also buy a little bit. I'm afraid Xiao Yun's stroke will bring it out. It depends on your luck and your ability. If you want to make a fortune of 3 to 5 million yuan, this is also the mark." Chinda jumped up and bowed deeply to Wednesday and said, "Third brother, since you are grateful, please give me this good news. Nowadays, there is no need to worry about 2 customers. There are only a limited number of chassis on the market today. I think this is it. As long as it is kerosene, no matter the price, I will buy it. All in all, if they can open up an outlet, I won't pay back the price. I'll advance the money I earn. You and I spend $28 each. Aren't you still heartbroken when you find out that you have made a fortune?" Hearing this on Wednesday, he hesitated and said, "I told you what to do, I told you, and you took advantage of me. Although I don't, you and I spend $28 each. Aren't you still heartbroken when you find out that you have made a fortune? Even the bankers are afraid that I won't use it." Chinda bowed deeply again and said, "My dear third elder brother, let's pay a vote as brothers. I will put the money in advance, and I will earn 46 in the future. 4 or 6 is finally cheap. If you don't like it anymore, it's just a matter of conscience." Wednesday shook his head and said, "In this case, it is really hard for me to say, so I have to wait and see." Qin Dahuan said with great joy, "I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough, third brother." Then he said to Xiaozhen, "You know, when the third brother buys it, just draw a few strokes on a small square piece of paper and give it to him." Zhou didn't understand for a moment. "What can you draw for me? Is this man good at painting? I've been looking for you for a long time. I've been looking for you for a long time to ask for a fan to shine brightly." Zhou didn't understand for a moment. "What can you draw for me? Is this man good at painting? I've been looking for you for a long time. I've been looking for you for a long time to ask for a fan to shine brightly." Xiaotsun couldn't help but joked, Zhou Ziwang made a mistake. Oh, what I'm talking about is making money, not painting. Wednesday also said with a smile. It turns out that this real East melon got entangled in the eggplant. I want to draw a few strokes on the small square paper, which is the album page. We are not connoisseurs, so what is the use of painting the album page? It's better to use a fan, which requires a lot of paper. There's no need to pay like this today, it's tomorrow's festival. It might cost millions. Bao Zhuang must be Chong Mao. Fong Duanwang took the trouble to pay attention. It might cost millions. Bao Zhuang must be Chong Mao. Fong Duanwang took the trouble to pay attention. There are too many people. I'm afraid he won't be able to grab the hat with one more words, so he should take the lead. Chen Dedeo said, Old thief Fong is gone. Now Xiaotsun is blocking his hand. This is Du Xiaotsun. Haven't you ever passed it? Xiaotsun said, Zhou Ziwang, I spent time at Hua Xiangrong's place. Wednesday said hurriedly, I lost my license, my brother's memory is actually bad. As he spoke, he thought in his mind, ah. Chong Mao is Fong Laoduan's founder, an old blocker for more than 20 years. Why was this Du Xiaotsun suddenly transferred? The current situation in the bank is indeed dangerous, but he is the only one who is safe. While others are losing money, he is still making money. There must be a huge reason for this, and it's none of my business. Why was this Du Xiaotsun suddenly transferred? The current situation in the bank is indeed dangerous, but he is the only one who is safe. While others are losing money, he is still making money. There must be a huge reason for this, and it's none of my business. Now Du Xiaotsun is blocking his hand. This is my Lord Zhou's fortune, and this Du Xiaotsun must really keep in touch. After thinking about it, he put on a smile on his face and said, Yes, Hua Xiangrong was made by Shi Songnian, and Songnian really knew how to draw flowers. It is said that Songnian's flowers and birds is considered to be his #1 artist in Shanghai. Xiaotsun said, Songnian, Xiangrong, it's hard to go there. He only relies on a pen to live. Where does he have spare money to spend? However, Lanting's business is very popular. There was once a rumor that Lanting paid for its business. It was made during the Dragon Boat Festival. Zhou said, Ah, is it Zhao Lanting, the assistant at Dashing Village? Xiaotsun said, Yes, although he is a deputy, Lanting actually holds the authority. He is a close confidant of the Yuan family. Although the Yuan family is divided into 3 parts, the market only recognizes the Yuan family. Wednesday said. The Yuan family of Dashing Zhuang only has 3 points, but what about the 7 shares? Xiaotsun said, he is an official boss, so he must be extremely reliable. The Yuan family of Dashing Zhuang only has 3 points, but what about the 7 shares? Xiaotsun said, he is an official boss, so he must be extremely reliable. I can get 3 to 5 million in cash, but the officialdom boss is at a loss because the market is so stagnant. If there is no Yuan family to take 3 points, 1 tael of silver cannot be sold in the market. So Lanting's weight is up. At this moment, Chinda fell asleep on the cigarette couch. Xiaotsun saw the opportunity and said, My boss is just afraid that he is tired. We are having a lively conversation and he is not feeling well. Let's go. Chinda said in a daze. It doesn't matter. Just sit there for a while and do as you like. Xiaozhen agreed repeatedly. Then he said, I won't sit down anymore. Wednesday also said, I went too. Chinda still said in a daze, I'm sorry, I'll listen to you tomorrow. After that, he went in to smoke again. On Wednesday, Xiaozhen had to leave with a smile. Thanks to Chiuyun, Sister Ajin hurriedly sent her to the stairs, and she was really attentive. Let's say that Wednesday's brows furrowed, and a plan came to his mind. Then he said to Xiaozhen, let's go to Wenxian's place for recreation, shall we? Xiaozhen said, where is Wenxian? Is it Jean Wenxian in Tong'anli? Wednesday said, no. No. She is a popular actress on the Phoenix stage. Xiaozhen said, there are opera singers there, very good. To be honest, the third elder brother said that the elder brother. No. She is a popular actress on the Phoenix stage. Xiaozhen said, there are opera singers there, very good. To be honest, the third elder brother said that the elder brother is the third, and the second brother lives in the pheasant family. Sister Huzi has played with all of them, including the concubine and the eldest lady in the mansion, and has also fished for arms. Female actors and nuns alone have no way out. It's just a nun, but I don't really think about it. It is said that female actors have a special kind of interest. Wednesday clapped his hands and said, when Du Xiaoweng approached me earlier, I could teach you these two tricks. I've long been tired of playing. Let's be honest. I know this nun and the actress best. In this way, Wen Xian is not considered a popular person. I'll simply go with you to Tian Xiaofeng's place. You have the ability to make a friendship with Xiaofeng. I know this nun and the actress best. In this way, Wen Xian is not considered a popular person. I'll simply go with you to Tian Xiaofeng's place. You have the ability to make a friendship with Xiaofeng. My brother said, my boss just now is there, why don't we act more solemnly? Now that you and I have become close friends, look at it, you are not afraid of not being impressed by this kind of skill. All in all, she is young and beautiful, so she is a tender. You must speak elegantly and behave generously. Only then can I get the spring soul of a beautiful woman, just like the pity of a beautiful woman. Wednesday smiled and said, excellent, it is most suitable to come from Xiaofeng. It is said that Xiaofeng is not in the eyes of ordinary princes, grandsons, and dignitaries in the capital enough to interact with him. At least they were famous men seniors in the Hanlin Academy, as well as young celebrities. So there aren't many people here who can get into his den. I heard that there is a poet who is Xiaofeng's best confidant, and they have a good story. When I have some free time, I will tell you about it. It is very enviable. Xiaozhen said, at least they were famous men seniors in the Hanlin Academy, as well as young celebrities. So there aren't many people here who can get into his den. I heard that there is a poet who is Xiaofeng's best confidant, and they have a good story. When I have some free time, I will tell you about it. It is very enviable. Xiaozhen said. I know all the celebrities at sea, and I even have a copy of them. I know all the celebrities at sea, and I even have a copy of them. Most celebrities have a nickname, which is a poet, a layman, a student, a guest, a master, or an official. There are so many different names. I don't know his real name, his fame, or his career. There are also several nicknames, that is, one person. I tell you a format and you listen. For example, Shi Sheng is the most famous person, and few people know about him. His surname is Sun, his official name is Jiazhen, and his courtesy name is Yusheng. Both the official name and the cousin's name correspond to each other, and it's not just a random call. It means the sound of jade vibration and gold. When I say this, the name of this family is not empty, and it is also called Dajin family. Isn't it also explained? He is the chief writer of the newspaper, and he is considered an old-timer. No one is more qualified than him. No more. Everyone knows the three characters, Shi Sheng, but they don't know that Hua Jian retired official is also him, Jingmeng Qi Xian is also him, Wu Yunzi is also him. I'm not boasting, I have 300 in my belly and can recite them. If you don't believe me, when will I bring my copy out to you? 50 pages of red-lined book. 2 full volumes. Third brother, let me teach you this. Read my manuscript carefully and memorize 20 or 30 words in your mind, so that you can read it familiarly and easily. If you meet Li Pingxiang, Lin Huanxiang, Guo Shiling, Lu Yuanzhu, etc., ordinary talented women, all you have to do is use a sign like a poet layman to sell it out. All you have to do is use a sign like a poet layman to sell it out. Friends who are very close friends guarantee that you will have special benefits. Fortunately, the ones with red circles on my manuscript are the ones with the best reputation, as everyone knows. Shi Sheng is my close friend, but I don't recognize Shi Sheng's long face and short face, whether he has a beard or not, whether he is thin, fat, or numb. For example, I told Lin Huanxiang that Lin Huanxiang recognized Shi Sheng. When questioned, I said he was bearded, short, fat, and pockmarked. It just so happened that Shi Sheng was a beardless, lanky, and photon person. How could it be that the dragon's head was wrong and the eggplant got entangled in the eggplant? Shaocan said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, I will teach you a wonderful formula." Zhou Zhou said in surprise, "If there is any formula, I need to ask for advice." Shaocan said, "This formula couldn't be more wonderful." When the guard said it, he seemed to be between fat and thin, and the length was in a vague range. The beard was somewhere between non-existent and non-existent, the skin was almost numb but not numb, the color was indistinguishable from black and white, and the age was a mixture of young and strong. Zhou Dai said, "This kind of formula. Even the most experienced physiognomist cannot cover everything in one sentence. It's quite novel to ask for advice." As he said this, he stopped. Shaocan said, "Why don't you leave?" Wednesday said, "We're here." Shaocan said, "Now that we're here, let's go in and sit down before we talk." Wednesday nodded and said, "The best." So Zhou Zhou knocked on the door 2 or 3 times, and a middle-aged woman inside came out and opened the door and said, "Hey, Mr. Zhou Zhou." Zhou Zhou smiled broadly and so Zhou Zhou knocked on the door 2 or 3 times, and a middle-aged woman inside came out and opened the door and said, "Hey, Mr. Zhou Zhou." Zhou Zhou smiled broadly and said, "Is the girl back?" The woman said, "It's almost done. We're sitting in the back room." The three girls were originally Xiaofeng's girl named Yifeng, who also sang Xusheng. 3 years younger than Xiaofeng, he is exactly 20 this year, and he still has some martial arts skills, so he joined the Huang family class. She also sang a first-class role in Dangguili. Her literary talents include Golden Terrace, Feynman Temple, Blackwater Country, and other categories. Wuxingna, Evil Tiger Village, Yinjiabao, Changban Slope, and other categories. Blackwater Country, and other categories. Wuxingna, Evil Tiger Village, Yinjiabao, Changban Slope, and other categories. The hardcore skills are also excellent. At this moment, Yu Feng could be heard calling from the window, "Young Master Zhou Zhou, come in, Xiao Feng is coming soon." When he went to Yu Feng's room and sat casually, Yu Feng looked at Xiao Xian. On Wednesday, he hurriedly signed up and said, "This is the big boss of Chongmao Bank, Mr. Du. I have asked you two sisters to introduce me to you for advice." Although Mr. Du is working as a boss at the bank. In fact, he had served as a Hanlon scholar. Shaoxin thought about it and said that the bullshit was too big. Besides, they came from Beijing and worked with these old officials. They were determined not to do it, so he said, "Three brothers are talking nonsense," but Xiao Wei was lucky that year. Passed. Yu Feng said, "It turns out he is a filial and honest man." Congratulations on which subject? Shaoxin said, "The year when I was 23 years old." Yu Feng said, "How much is your gung?" Shaoxin said, "Exactly 30. Congratulations on which subject? Shaoxin said, "The year when I was 23 years old." Yu Feng said, "How much is your gung?" Shaoxin said, "Exactly 30. Yu Feng said, "The last two subjects are divided. What about Bei Wei? Nan Wei?" I remember that the deputy examiner that time was Chao Jing. The first question was, on Wang Dao's ascension to the city, which had 3 questions, and those who know the current affairs are heroes, had 4 questions. The first 2 questions were very weird, called. I remember that the deputy examiner that time was Chao Jing. The first question was, on Wang Dao's ascension to the city, which had 3 questions, and those who know the current affairs are heroes, had 4 questions. The first 2 questions were very weird, called. After thinking about it for a while, Shaoxin said, "It's so long, I can't tell you at the moment." Shaoxin thought, "But I can't remember it." It's such a blessing. Just when he heard the knock on the door, Yu Feng leaned against the window panel and stopped asking about the door. It turned out that Xiaofeng came back with someone and went into his room. Shaoxin's idea made him capable. Afraid that Yu Feng would ask again, he pretended to peek at Xiaofeng. Afraid that Yu Feng would ask again, he pretended to peek at Xiaofeng. I saw only one person who came with Xiaofeng. He was a young man, wearing a white and spring shirt, crab shell green solid gauze, a one-line waistcoat, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, a paper cigarette in his mouth, and a pair of diamond rings as big as yellow heads. Shaking a small fan with gold teeth, he behaved elegantly and looked high-spirited. She looks about 30 years old, with a few pockmarks, and her skin is white and tender, which makes her more and more pretty. All I could hear was Xiaofeng saying, "Where's the paste that Li's mother picked?" The middle-aged woman who opened the door agreed, "Leave it to the third girl to keep." Yufeng said, "Here he is, coming." With that said, he handed over a honey vat on the 10 scenery stand. Xiaocun quietly asked Zhou, "Do you know the person who came with Xiaofeng?" Wednesday said, "It's the poet I just mentioned." Xiaocun nodded and said, "You just went too far in bragging on my behalf." I quickly pulled it over, but I didn't realize it was stiff. Fortunately, Xiaofeng came back and took the sedan. I think Yufeng does have some truth to it. It's such a battle in the exam. This flaw must be exposed. If Yifeng is like this, Xiaofeng is even less of an opponent. I think it's very promising to simply make him real. Wednesday said, "How to do it?" This flaw must be exposed. If Yifeng is like this, Xiaofeng is even less of an opponent. I think it's very promising to simply make him real. Wednesday said, "How to do it?" Xiaocun said, "Let's go, buy a copy of Wei Mo in this subject immediately, and then we can deal with them." I'm starting to do it, don't be jealous. Zhou originally wanted to tease him hard, but he didn't agree. So he sat for a while, and Xiaofeng happened to come over. He was so embarrassed. Because he had a sweetheart here, and he didn't have time to entertain them. Zhou took Xiaofeng's place again. Sun was worried and didn't dare to say more. Then he stood up and said he was leaving. Xiaofeng wished they could leave, so he made a faint sound and took a few steps away. However, Yufeng saw that Du was a very affectionate person, so he hurried over and took him downstairs. He explained firmly that he must come over to have a chat, or to listen to the opera at Dangue. When we get off the stage, we'll come back together. He also explained that tomorrow he will be singing Butterfly. Having said this, he took out 2 seating tickets on his body and said they were for young Master Zhou and young Master Du. I'll definitely go there tomorrow to take a look. When we get off the stage, we'll come back together. He also explained that tomorrow he will be singing Butterfly. Having said this, he took out 2 seating tickets on his body and said they were for young Master Zhou and young Master Du. I'll definitely go there tomorrow to take a look. On Wednesday, Xiaocun received the ticket and promised to appreciate the skills tomorrow. Yufeng was very happy and walked straight to the door. When Zhou and Xiaocun turned the corner and disappeared, he closed the door and went in. Let's talk about Zhou. It's strange. Usually Yufeng is not so affectionate and Xiaofeng is not so cold. Today it has changed and it has become completely abnormal. Yufeng was very happy and walked straight to the door. When Zhou and Xiaocun turned the corner and disappeared, he closed the door and went in. Let's talk about Zhou. It's strange. Usually Yufeng is not so affectionate and Xiaofeng is not so cold. Today it has changed and it has become completely abnormal. Xiaocun smiled and said, "Can you trust my words now? I got the best diploma in fishing. Today, Lu Wang's great talent has not yet been shown, and Yifeng has already fallen to the extreme. Can you trust my words now? I got the best diploma in fishing. Today, Lu Wang's great talent has not yet been shown, and Yifeng has already fallen to the extreme." Wednesday smiled and said, "Forget it, Wei Mo, don't forget to buy it." Xiaocun didn't find it funny and said, "I forgot where Xiaofeng lived." Wednesday smiled and said, "You can't even ask." Xiaocun said, Just now I was just talking and went in carelessly without paying attention. Wednesday said, "It's not Rixingli, it's not Dangxingqi, I forgot where Xiaofeng lived." Wednesday smiled and said, "You can't even ask. So farewell." I took the car back to the village. "I'll make an appointment with you tomorrow." Wednesday said, "Anyway, I have to go to Baozhuang tomorrow to pay the bills." Xiaocun said, "It's just a business for Hai Qianba. So farewell." I took the car back to the village. "I'll make an appointment with you tomorrow." Wednesday said, "Anyway, I have to go to Baozhuang tomorrow to pay the bills." Xiaocun said, "It's just a business for Hai Qianba. I don't know how much Zhou thought with great pride, "I actually made this castle in the air so gorgeous." He agreed without any hesitation, "Okay, okay." So we parted ways. Xiaocun hired a Pheasant Oriental car and headed towards the road. "If you want to know how it feels," Zhou thought with great pride, "I actually made this castle in the air so gorgeous." He agreed without any hesitation, "Okay, okay." So we parted ways. Xiaocun hired a Pheasant Oriental car and headed towards the road. If you want to know how it feels, you will know next time. Chapter 6: Bankruptcies of Giant Businessmen One After Another. Home Alone talks nonsense. However, on Wednesday, Zhou Ziyan said goodbye to Du Xiaocun, the blocker who took over Chongmao Bank on the first day. He was 120% happy and thought, when luck becomes prosperous, it can only go so smoothly. I originally wanted to coax 1,000 or 800 votes from Chen Xiaohe, which was enough to cover the expenses of the Dragon Boat Festival, and I was satisfied. After all, he was worried that old man Fong would interfere with it, so Xiaohe could not have full power. Little did I know that God would arrange it for me first. Next up is Du Xiaocun. On the Hua Xiangrong stage that day, Fan looked very much like a person, with a shrewd look on his face. Unexpectedly, when I look at it now, I don't think he is a high-class person, a person who has not started a business enough and is more than ready to go bankrupt. This is similar to Chen Xiaohepeng. People of the same kind flock together. Birds of a feather flock together is absolutely true. Now that I'm going to have great luck, I have to change my appearance. I don't need to use the few portals I'm used to. Thinking, birds of a feather flock together, is absolutely true. Now that I'm going to have great luck, I have to change my appearance. I don't need to use the few portals I'm used to. Thinking of this, I touched my body and took out a wallet. Just open it under the electric light and take a look. There was a $5 bill inside. 3 heroes and about 20 dimes. He said to himself, "There are about 10 yuan worth of music. I have more than enough skills. Renshuli is right in front of me. It is the second child in the Qian Pavilion smokehouse. I have been thinking about it and want to live there once. Look at how fat his legs are, it makes people look at him and not get angry. I have gone to smoke opium 3 or 5 times to find out the value of a night's stay. Look at how fat his legs are, it makes people look at him and not get angry. I have gone to smoke opium 3 or 5 times to find out the value of a night's stay. It is essential to ask for the number of plum blossoms. A small account must also be added, 2 cigarette coins, midnight snacks, fruits, snacks, etc. Indispensable are 2 more oceans. Calculating $7 or $8 foreign dollars for a trip, I really couldn't bear to part with it. I once discussed with him the way to do both without losing money, to spend $2 foreign dollars to close the door. He said it wasn't a pheasant. Indispensable are 2 more oceans. Calculating $7 or $8 foreign dollars for a trip, I really couldn't bear to part with it. I once discussed with him the way to do both without losing money, to spend $2 foreign dollars to close the door. He said it wasn't a pheasant and he couldn't do it. Shaoxing big ear neck. I don't know what the post refers to. Today, I have these pieces on my body, and I feel a little whiter. Tomorrow, I will be lumpy. Shaoxing big ear neck. I don't know what the post refers to. Today, I have these pieces on my body, and I feel a little whiter. Tomorrow, I will be lumpy. I made up my mind, so I walked into the Qian Pavilion in Rinshou. I went to the second brother's place, turned on the night light, and smoked all night. Please be aware of what you smoked this time. Not opiates. Wonderful, we didn't get out until 12 o'clock the next day. He only had a piece of gold and not opiates. Wonderful, we didn't get out until 12 o'clock the next day. He only had a piece of gold and 7 or 8 dimes, so he took a car and drove to the Soyuan cigarette shop on Baoshan Street. The word slayo is a wonderful word with profound meaning. The regular patron turned on the light in Shaoxing Hall, and Shaoxing Dai burned the flue. Mr. Zhou, why is it so early today? He seemed confused and tired. Do you dare to have fun at Xianghao's place? Wednesday stretched out his yawn and smiled but said nothing. Then he took 2 puffs of opium and said with a smile, "Interesting, interesting. The old lady in the Qian Pavilion has started." Qiaoxing, Qi. He smiled and said, "Which one? The second child or the third child?" Zhou said, "Of course it's the second child. The third child is ugly and gives me money, so he's not." He smiled and said, "Which one? The second child or the third child?" Zhou said, "Of course it's the second child. The third child is ugly and gives me money, so he's not happy." Qiaoxing said, "Qi," again. Where is Shirzailaban? Wednesday said, "Xiao Laoban is very proud." Where is Shirzailaban? Wednesday said, "Xiao Laoban is very proud." It is said that in the Qinghai Telegraph Bureau, one can earn 100 taels of silver a month. Qiaoxing laughed and said, "Ghosts are also ghosts." Zhou asked why. Qiaoxing said, "I will know in the future. I haven't eaten yet, so go get some food." Wednesday said, "That's fine." Just across the street from Dehiguan, I went to order some chicken slices, shrimp balls, and kidney slice soup. Are 3 things enough? Qiaoxing smiled and said, "Huh. Mr. Zhou is so generous. Otherwise, it's the same old trick, either a bowl of clear blood soup or a meal of sweet-scented osmanthus rice. Not even a dime of foreign money." Wednesday said with a smile, "Don't talk nonsense. You must know that my third classmate has made a fortune." Qiaoxing went to order food with a smile. After eating, he added 2 boxes of opium and spent a while. It was already 3 o'clock, and I saw the brokers arriving one after another, not talking about business. Smoke as much as you can, only the smoke is rising. Yunxiazadi. After almost another 2 hours, the brokers squirmed one by one, stood up, and, exquisitely absorbed, Wu Daozi did not have such a magical pen, began to talk about business. On Wednesday, he saw a man named Wang Erfu waving at him. The second husband came over and said, "What do you have to say, Zi Wang?" Wednesday said, "Machi, peer code, is long, that is, rising. Is it enough?" Erfu said, "It's long enough, but the market will fall back in just 3 days. Back, that is, it is going up." Wednesday said, "Machi, peer code, is long, that is, rising. Is it enough?" Erfu said, "It's long enough, but the market will fall back in just 3 days. Back, that is, it is going up. The price is also falling. This time, I don't know where it will go again, so everyone is watching. Knowing that the mass is coming in front of you, you will immediately return to the top or bottom degree. Therefore, those who have goods in their hands should find ways to grab them. I just don't have the appetite. Appetite means buying. If Zi Wang sometimes has a small appetite, the brothers can still socialize. Just 30 or 50 pieces." Wednesday said with a smile. "How many do you have on hand?" The second husband frowned and said, "I can't tell. My heart has been broken for the past 2 days, and I have 8,000 pieces in my hands." Wednesday said, "I buy it all. Sometimes I still want it. 80,000 pieces are not too many." The second husband said in astonishment, "Zi Wang is joking?" Wednesday said sternly, "How did I ever come here to play? The money is available. Bring me the bill of goods and go get the money immediately." The second husband was shocked and confused, and discussed with someone else vaguely, "Do you know what information Mo-chi has? Does it look like it? The money is available. Bring me the bill of goods and go get the money immediately." The second husband was shocked and confused, and discussed with someone else vaguely, "Do you know what information Mo-chi has? Simply add 2 or 3 long heads and let the gang go bluff him and see what he does." The second husband said, "I have been in business for more than 10 years. If you think about it carefully, it makes no sense. Looking at his demeanor, he looks very tall and long. I can't decide." One said. Can, you said you were so anxious that you wanted to hang yourself. Now that your son has this good opportunity, what are you talking about? Once it's sold, it's over. If you make one vote, it's considered good luck. I have to have wild thoughts about growing up again." The second husband thought about it, and it was indeed good. Then he went to deal with Wednesday. One asked the other, "Why did you persuade the second husband to sell him? If he really grows up, wouldn't you be sorry for him?" The other said, "You are so effeminate. He sold out today. He really dug a fortune." One asked the other, "Why did you persuade the second husband to sell him? If he really grows up, wouldn't you be sorry for him?" The other said, "You are so effeminate. He sold out today. He really dug a fortune. When he really sells it, it shows that there is stable news. Although we don't have as much money as our second husband, we can rest assured that we won't sell it for less than the joint venture money." We ended up asking him to give us a reassurance. If he thinks there are too many and too few, what will he do to us? It's bad luck for you, another one who really admires me. Let's put this aside. Let's say that Wang Erfu listened to that one's discussion, and it was really not bad. Then he thought, since he persuaded me to sell, he only had 100 or 200 pieces in hand, why not entrust me and sell them? I'm afraid Gua has a... Let's put this aside. Let's say that Wang Erfu listened to that one's discussion, and it was really not bad. Then he thought, since he persuaded me to sell, he only had 100 or 200 pieces in hand, why not entrust me and sell them? I'm afraid Gua has a long dream. Then he said to Wednesday, those friends really don't have any in their hands. I can't sell them all together. For Zi Weng's sake, let me give you 3,000 pieces. But the price cannot be based on the current market price. A husband also has a very refined tone, which is the tone of this generation. Where did the author learn it? Wednesday said with a smile. It's more simple. I'm not a fool either. Quiet words. How many do you have? Bring it. How much does it cost? Say it anyway. But I have one thing to explain to you. Could you please tell all my friends that today is April 23rd? It is easy to check, which shows that nothing has no origin. It's like Slazy Garden. A discerning person can see it at a glance, but it's just a thought. Is limited to 4 minutes of 25. It is easy to check, which shows that nothing has no origin. It's like Slazy Garden. A discerning person can see it at a glance, but it's just a thought. 20 taels of silver apiece. If you can tell me, I will take out the silver. Within 1 hour, the spot remittance can be transferred to the banker, the money is paid with one hand, and the goods are delivered with the other hand. As he spoke, he turned around and smoked opium cigarettes. Vividly alive, the second husband Wang couldn't find the secret. I don't understand either. Not to mention you. I feel uneasy. After figuring it out, I feel uneasy. After figuring it out for a while, he said, for 4 taels of silver apiece, you can buy 8,000 pieces together. Wednesday said, take a look at the list. The second husband took out the warehouse list. There were about 10 in total. I looked at the numbers one by one and gathered them together. Not bad. Exactly 8,000 pieces. He said, I'm going to issue the ticket. He said and hurried away. There are many mochi brokers and more than a dozen of them make some small goods themselves. Watching Wednesday read the stack list and leave in a hurry. They all came up, surrounded Mr. Wang, and asked, how much? Mr. Wang said. The deadline was also announced for the first floor. Or you may say that the second husband is a loyal person, but I say that the second husband is a good and obedient person. Everyone was also surprised by this, and discussed it one after another. One of them, named Nyo, suddenly said, it doesn't make sense. The deadline was also announced for the first floor. Or you may say that the second husband is a loyal person, but I say that the second husband is a good and obedient person. Everyone was also surprised by this, and discussed it one after another. One of them, named Nyo, suddenly said, it doesn't make sense. Wednesday's scene closed with a big capitalist. Want to start a submarine gun fence business? Everyone agreed. A group of cows. The second husband pondered for a while and said, that may not be true. Anyone who makes a submarine gun fence must have special insights and extraordinary methods. If it were now September. Or is the source still far away? I guessed it. What do you think? It is April now, the source is now, and this shipment is 3 or 4 times more than usual. It can be done there. Everyone thinks about it, but it's not bad. Or is the source still far away? I guessed it. What do you think? It is April now, the source is now, and this shipment is 3 or 4 times more than usual. It can be done there. Everyone thinks about it, but it's not bad. This is actually a mischief, and now I bought 8,000 pieces in one meal. 32,000 pieces of silver are real. I saw a man on the Kong opposite, sneering. 32,000 pieces of silver are real. I saw a man on the Kong opposite, sneering. The second husband saw that he was not a friend in the same industry, but Mr. Jean, who edited local news at the Shanghai Daily. He said, "Mr. Jean is a smart man. Anyone who is the main writer must have special insights." Let's take a closer look at the market. Mr. Jean smiled and said, "The Gujaloo ran aground. Isn't the Telegraph available in every newspaper today?" The second husband said, "I know that. However, Gujaloo does not exclusively transport Mexican goods, but it carries more than 1,000 pieces, which is a drop in the bucket of what is available on the market, without any interference." Mr. Jean sneered again and said, "Do you know what kind of person Wednesday is?" Everyone thought about it and suddenly realized, so the gangsters had everything they wanted, just waiting for Wednesday to arrive and sell it to him together. Mr. Jean sneered again and said, "Do you know what kind of person Wednesday is?" Everyone thought about it and suddenly realized, so the gangsters had everything they wanted, just waiting for Wednesday to arrive and sell it to him together. The deal is set. The public recognized Wang Erfu as the representative and Wednesday's transaction. Wednesday had already thought in his mind, this was done clumsily. In the end, Xiaohe lost more than 30,000 silver, but it was not worthless after all. Even if it went to the end of the world, the 20,000 silver would eventually be recovered. It's just over 10,000 pieces of silver. It doesn't matter to him. I just cut off this path for less than 2,000 pieces of silver. It's just over 10,000 pieces of silver. It doesn't matter to him. I just cut off this path for less than 2,000 pieces of silver. It's not very cost-effective. He frowned, thinking about it. He then said, "How many brains are there after all?" This is very common in the market. Wednesday nodded and said, "Why are there so few?" The Shanghai market is in a bad mood. I think it is necessary to have at least 30,000 pieces before I can sell them, but now I can't even get half of them. This is very common in the market. Wednesday nodded and said, "Why are there so few?" The Shanghai market is in a bad mood. I think it is necessary to have at least 30,000 pieces before I can sell them. This is something that I will never understand until I die. I saw him say again, "I ask you to check the market and take a look. It's best if you have big tickets, so you don't have to do it piecemeal one after another. What time is it today? It's too late to buy tickets. This is something that I will never understand until I die." I saw him say again, "I ask you to check the market and take a look. It's best if you have big tickets, so you don't have to do it piecemeal one after another. What time is it today? It's too late to buy tickets. Let's go together tomorrow. Forget it, just these 4,700 pieces. One piece will be missing tomorrow, I won't allow it. 36 more cargo lists were tossed around. After flipping through it for a while, he handed it to the second husband and said, "Go and knock it down carefully. Don't say another word until tomorrow. One piece will be missing tomorrow, I won't allow it. If you pass it on to me, I guarantee that no one of the 4,700 items will be short." Wu Zhou was very happy and agreed. The second husband then went, "If you pass it on to me, I guarantee that no one of the 4,700 items will be short." Wu Zhou was very happy and agreed. The second husband then went to tell everyone the old price. "The money will be paid off tomorrow and the bill of goods will be kept with me. If you don't believe it, I will give you my money. Because Zhou Lao San is too special." Pros and cons. If one item is missing tomorrow, I will be fined 1,000 silver coins. Everyone said, "That's a joke. Don't we still trust you, Wang Erwang?" After saying that, everyone dispersed. The second husband is also really happy. Bu Dao has another 2,000 and hundreds of taels of silver as extra money. Then he replied on Wednesday, "It's a real deal. Definitely tomorrow. Just speak to me alone." Zhou Zhou said, "You have to ask someone to come out to protect you." "Odd, if one piece is missing, how can you tell me? Let me tell you a confidant. You are all in a dream, and you cannot guarantee that there will be a bigger appetite than mine tomorrow. Who is more willing to pay a high price to come out? So my heart is broken. When you are doing business, you are eager to make one more profit. I am not at ease at all. I am afraid that by the time I arrive tomorrow, all 470 items will be gone. And I couldn't get up early and arrived late." The second husband, Wang, was so confused after eating Wednesday that he said, "You take the goods list first, and then it's ready." Wednesday smiled and said, "That doesn't make sense. Don't speak foreign language to me." The second husband said again, "Then one just guarantee Wan Sanqian's existence." Wednesday said, "That's fine. I'll write you a receipt." The second husband said, "You gave me the receipt, you clearly want my evidence." Wednesday smiled and said, "It's up to you." The second husband said, "I also trust you. There is no need to give out the receipt, I also know more evidence." After that, he put the 3,000 banknotes into the cigarette tray and handed it over. I put it away on Wednesday and hurriedly went to Haininshan restaurant and found room number 6. I saw Du Xiaozhen alone holding a foreign edition small book and looking at it in trance. Wednesday hurriedly greeted him, "Xiao Wang, are you impatient to wait?" Xiaozhen hurried. I put it away on Wednesday and hurriedly went to Haininshan restaurant and found room number 6. I saw Du Xiaozhen alone holding a foreign edition small book and looking at it in trance. It didn't come long. I looked at the book on Wednesday. It turned out to be a copy of Gui Mao Ku's Jiangnan Rural Examination WMO, in the 29th year of Guangxu's reign. "Funny," he said, "Xiao Wang, you are really sincere in your work, and there is nothing fake. If we look at the officials, big and small, and many people from agriculture, industry, business, and academia in China today. With Xiao Wang's solid strength and determination to achieve success, Are we still afraid of not being revitalized? Shoutzen said, to be honest with third brother, I can only trust myself in such a matter, so I can relax a little if I don't have fun. What if there are other things like this? Only smoking can be taken seriously. For example, if you make an appointment with a friend, at a smoke shop, or wherever there is a smoker, you will arrive 2 hours earlier than the scheduled time just for fun. Boozwishing arrived a minute late. If you have forgotten the word fireworks, make an appointment to go somewhere. For example, the original appointment at 1 o'clock on Sunday will arrive at 1 o'clock on Tuesday at the earliest. It's still true that I don't break the contract. If I were too lazy to wait, I would have made an appointment last year, but I still haven't kept it today. For example, the original appointment at 1 o'clock on Sunday will arrive at 1 o'clock on Tuesday at the earliest. It's still true that I don't break the contract. If I were too lazy to wait, I would have made an appointment last year, but I still haven't kept it today. However, I dare not say whether the results of the smoking ban are complete. Wednesday laughed and said, that's an exaggeration. Let's stop chatting and write down the invitation ticket. Shoutzen said, I just want to invite the Tian family sisters to come over, do you think so? Wednesday looked at the timepiece and said, it's 7 o'clock and I still owe 5 minutes. It's just a matter of joining the official position. The two of them should be on stage as early as 10 o'clock. Go and have a look, Zwazingiwafing is willing to come. It's just a matter of joining the official position. The two of them should be on stage as early as 10 o'clock. Go and have a look, Zwazingiwafing is willing to come. I'll write it for you. It's very obvious. I am not a random person. I am pretending to be polite, but I am actually a cunning person. There are only a few calligraphers, let alone borrowing a Juran as a facade. It is too much. In fact, the tripod armor is interesting, and my writing style is purely like that of Mr. Tiangong. I missed writing. Mr. Tiangong's famous money. It's so bad that even Mr. Tiangong doesn't admit it. Wednesday quickly put down the pen. Mr. Tiangong's famous money. It's so bad that even Mr. Tiangong doesn't admit it. Wednesday quickly put down the pen. Shoutzen then polished the ink thickly, dipped the pen until it was full, and wrote it with one swipe. What he wrote was flying to invite. Xiaofeng Yifeng, 2 artists, drove quickly to Fuzhou Road Zhongshe. Hainan Chun Western Restaurant No. 6. Please enjoy the smell and listen. Yajiao, I would like to climb up and pray. Hainan Chun Western Restaurant No. 6. Please enjoy the smell and listen. Yajiao, I would like to climb up and pray. Be humble, don't push it away, be overjoyed, and sincerely bow to Yuan. Waiting for your favor. It's a blessing. Staff student Du Jixiao and Sin's head paused. Mr. Wednesday is here. Watch Shoutzen write all the way on Wednesday. They cheered without saying a word all the way. Choke. Okay. Silver hooks and iron paintings. Hard, hard, so hard. Choke, choke, choke. Okay. The pen moves like a dragon and the snake dances very fast, it's so ancient. Choke, choke, choke. After Shoutzen finished writing, he threw the pen and laughed wildly. How? Is it possible that I got the pen on my behalf? Wednesday said again, choke. It's incredible. The writing is superb, and the sentences are not unusual. What a climbing up, what a condescension. The writing is superb, and the sentences are not unusual. What a climbing up, what a condescension. Shoutzen sighed and said, "It's wrong, it's in vain. Why is the benefit between climbing up and submitting? Therefore, the most divine ones are those who are excited. And the couplet, jumping for joy, is the most inspiring one." Meow meow. How to describe it? I read it 2 or 3 times, shaking my head and tail. It was so weird that I really can't describe it. It's also impossible to think about. Meow meow. How to describe it? He tilted his body this way and that for a while, shrugged his shoulders and hugged his nose and said, "To be honest, I can't describe it, I'm really being polite." He tilted his body this way and that for a while, shrugged his shoulders and hugged his nose and said, "To be honest, I can't describe it, I'm really being polite." As I read it, I felt like there was a vivid Durchschautzen between the lines. The word swing turned into wandering for a while. It's brilliant. But it's not right, the word, however. Actually of no use. Just pretending to be polite. Those who are professional students are also called G-Ren. Wednesday said hurriedly, teach me dash. So tell me, please go and don't wait any longer." Actually of no use. Just pretending to be polite. Those who are professional students are also called G-Ren. Wednesday said hurriedly, teach me dash. So tell me, please go and don't wait any longer. Then he rang the calling bell, and it chirped loudly. Shizai hurriedly took the invitation and looked at it and said, "Old class, Xiaofeng and Yifeng are on the 3rd floor of number 19. Shoutzen said hurriedly, "Are they just the 2 sisters?" Shizai said, "Not only, about 13 or 5 miles. Shoutzen said, "Are they mostly female guests?" Shizai said. Shizai hurriedly took the invitation and looked at it and said, "Old class, Xiaofeng and Yifeng are on the 3rd floor of number 19. Shoutzen said hurriedly, "Are they just the 2 sisters?" Shizai said, "Not only, about 13. The scene is an official from Beijing. Shoutzen had no idea. Is it better to invite or not to invite? He stared at Wednesday. Wednesday said, "Of course I will invite. They're not bitches though. However, in the end he is an opera singer. He and the bitch are friends. How can you say she is a girl from a good family? Your rich daughter. And there seems to be little excitement in Shanghai now. In the capital, status is in. How can you say she is a girl from a good family? Your rich daughter. And there seems to be little excitement in Shanghai now. In the capital, status is in line with the status quo. In the past, for example, Xia's class, Lin's class, Bao's class, Zhang's class, which one was not eliminated? Shoutzen said. After all, the 3rd elder brother is familiar with the story of Huatsong. Just as he was talking happily, he suddenly saw a man peeking his head in and rushing in. Shoutzen said hurriedly, "Hey! Mei Sheng, what a coincidence." Mei Sheng said, "Let's talk here. I saw 2 or 3 people chirping on the balcony." It only made Shoutzen panic. Said, "Really?" Mei Sheng said, "I came over there." Shoutzen stamped his feet and said, you're dead. I don't know what the emergency is, but I'll explain it below. Chapter 7. Du Xiaozhen was elated and Lin Yuzhu was dejected and lowered his head. But it was said that Du Xiaozhen was meeting Zhou Zian at the Hainan Chunfan restaurant on Wednesday, planning to invite the actresses Tian Xiaofeng and Yu Feng to come over and help her fish for clam beads, commonly known as jiaobangzi. My friend, the old owner of Shangshan, said that fishing for clam beads and jiaobangzi are not only there is a difference between elegance and vulgarity, each has its own destiny. Those who intend to tarnish the innocence of the young lady are doing this by lying on their shoulders. Those who intend to cheat on her are doing so by fishing for clams and pearls. It is indeed reasonable to press carefully, but Du Xiaozhen's intention is just to hang his arms. Not fishing for clams and beads. Those who intend to tarnish the innocence of the young lady are doing this by lying on their shoulders. Those who intend to cheat on her are doing so by fishing for clams and pearls. It is indeed reasonable to press carefully, but Du Xiaozhen's intention is just to hang his arms. Not fishing for clams and beads. True talent and unique skills. Suddenly, Zhu Meisheng, a street runner, ran over in a panic to drop a letter. Even if you leave. Xiaozhen was stunned for a long time, speechless. Zhou didn't know what the reason was, so he asked, "Who is here from Can?" Xiaozhen said, "Zhu Meisheng, the street runner in our village." "Don't you know him?" "Even if you leave." Xiaozhen was stunned for a long time, speechless. Zhou didn't know what the reason was, so he asked, "Who is here from Can?" Xiaozhen said, "Zhu Meisheng, the street runner in our village." "Don't you know him?" Wednesday said, "The strange path looks familiar." "This is my bad luck, it's really boring." Qingdada is a gold-lettered brand in the market and has always been in and out of our store. Old man Fong refused to give him more money. He owed 3,000 or 5,000 taels of silver and was about to jump on both feet. "I'm with He Shucheng, the manager of Qingda, and He Minshi, the boss, were both close friends, so I thought of a way with him to open a Minji account and use 20,000 to 30,000 silver to save what we owed." He Shucheng, the manager of Qingda, and He Minshi, the boss, were both close friends, so I thought of a way with him to open a Minji account and use 20,000 to 30,000 silver to save what we owed. Old man Fong didn't care at all. If so, it has been 2 years. Yesterday, I filled the vacancy with my promotion. Yesterday, I filled the vacancy with my promotion. Today, as soon as there is a buzz in the market, Su Qing comes over to congratulate me and buys 5 tickets. One is worth 6,921 taels, one is worth 3,129 taels, one is worth 9,000 taels, and one is worth 27,000 taels. One piece is worth 15,377 taels, totaling 61,428 taels of silver. One piece is worth 15,377 taels, totaling 61,428 taels of silver. Minji already owed 26,000 silver to his name. "Don't you want 87,428 taels of silver?" The account that old man Fong handled was quite good, with 28 taels of silver in it. What a coincidence. But with a little bit of effort, it finally turned around. Absolutely down. Wednesday said, "Don't you think the rumor is bad?" Xiaozhen said, "If the news is bad, that's fine." The account that old man Fong handled was quite good, with 28 taels of silver in it. What a coincidence. But with a little bit of effort, it finally turned around. Absolutely down. Wednesday said, "Don't you think the rumor is bad?" Shoutson said, "If the news is bad, that's fine. I have the ability to make amends with him. It's really causing trouble and it has fallen. Pull him down, pull him down." Wednesday said, "But after eating 87,400 taels of silver and paying the bill, is it worth panicking? Going bankrupt is a public crime." Shoutson said, "Public crimes and private crimes, let alone him. It's really causing trouble and it has fallen. Pull him down, pull him down." Wednesday said, "But after eating 87,400 taels of silver and paying the bill, is it worth panicking? Going bankrupt is a public crime." Shoutson said, "Public crimes and private crimes, let alone him. My two cousins, he Shucheng and he Minshur, are with me. Friends who only meet each other, please don't play tricks on me. Since we are strong on the outside and weak on the inside, our turnover is extremely ineffective, and we are in danger of losing our fortune. Friends who only meet each other, please don't play tricks on me. Since we are strong on the outside and weak on the inside, our turnover is extremely ineffective, and we are in danger of losing our fortune. You shouldn't tear apart my pile of millstones, which are as big as millstones, and urinate on my head." Wednesday said, "It's really knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts." When he was extremely annoyed, he saw Yufeng striding in with a slightly blushing face. Yufeng is naturally gifted, so he is able to wear thick-soled boots and get on the iron pole. He is purely Li Chunlai's school. You may not even think about it. Finally taking a big step forward. Just when I was feeling very annoyed when I wrote this, something suddenly changed. Just when I was feeling very annoyed when I wrote this, something suddenly changed. For a moment, pink and white are like clouds. For a moment, fighting is as wonderful as snow. Others can't write it, and they can't learn it from it. Shoutsen's thousands of sorrows and sorrows. In an instant, the clouds and rain disperse, and the rain disperses and the clouds disappear. His face was still full of peace and harmony. Excellent words, stood up quickly, put a smile on his face and said, "My love, come quickly, my love, come quickly." I was so tired that I was covered in cold sweat. Yesterday, I was covered in cold sweat, and today I am covered in meat. Li. Excellent words, stood up quickly, put a smile on his face and said, "My love, come quickly, my love, come quickly." I was so tired that I was covered in cold sweat. It's better for me to look up to you and for you to condescend me. This is the proper gift. After saying that, he burst into laughter. He looks like a martial artist alive. Wednesday laughed and said, "Why are you so happy today? Your face is red from drinking. How much brandy did you drink?" Yufeng said, "Not much, not much. After drinking a large cup, I still want to drink more." Shoutsen pressed the call bell without any hand, and he was so anxious that he jumped in like a tiger. It's really a wonderful pen. He yelled without any words, "Get a dozen brandy quickly, old brand, old brand." The little boy seemed to agree, "Keep it on." Yufeng suddenly put his hands on Shoutsen's shoulders and said, "Do you dare to soak me in wine?" Although the witty words have not been soaked, their bones are already drunk. Shoutzen smiled and said, "If you can't drink it, take it back." Yufeng said, "You want me to drink, or not?" Strange question. Shoutzen said, "Yes, yes, yes." Yufeng said, "When you want me to drink, you must do one thing for me." Shoutzen said repeatedly, 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 100 pieces. All depend on it. Yufeng rolled into Shoutzen's arms with a smile, and said in a soft voice, "The fickleness of words is consistent with this. I am already half drunk." Another wonderful talk. You have to order a play, and I will drink boldly for a while, and then I will be less than half drunk, so I might as well keep a little bit to not get drunk and sing the opera. Shoutzen said, "If you order a play, just order a play. Don't mention one, even 10 plays, I can't get it. You must tell me the reason for the play." Yufeng said, "It shows that my old friend is so good." Zhou retracted his neck and stuck out his tongue. Shoutzen's face suddenly showed a strange look that had never been seen in all the 5 continents and nations. "I'm careless, but I don't understand the plot, so it's no wonder. Didn't I say Jana yesterday that I sang, Catching Flowers and Butterflies, Water Battle at Yuanyang Bridge? What do you think, I'm already drunk. Wearing thick-soled boots to do hardcore work, are you afraid of causing trouble? I fell to my death, are you happy?" Shoutzen suddenly realized it and said repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad. This concern is very true." Confucius said, "If a person has no long-term worries, he must have immediate worries." Wearing thick-soled boots to do hardcore work, are you afraid of causing trouble? I fell to my death, are you happy? Shoutzen suddenly realized it and said repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad. This concern is very true." Confucius said, "If a person has no long-term worries, he must have immediate worries. What's more, this is a recent consideration." Alas! Unlocking the bell, people say nothing. What you say must be true. That's what it's called, it's what it's called. After hearing this, Yufeng curled his lips and stared. What you say must be true. That's what it's called, it's what it's called. I heard people say that there is a large self-ringing clock in the new gate in Shanghai, which is extraordinary. It is said that the pendulum of the clock is shaped like a turtle shell and is only as big as a round table. I arrived here eager to see this giant thing. I searched many times but couldn't find it. Who would have thought that if you were coaxed, where would you tell me? What, on Huangpu Beach? In fact, it's inside the Hainan Chun restaurant on Sima Road. Of course it couldn't be found. Shoutzen said, "Who would have thought that if you were coaxed, where would you tell me? What, on Huangpu Beach? In fact, it's inside the Hainan Chun restaurant on Sima Road. Of course it couldn't be found." Shoutzen said, "That's nonsense." Yufeng patted Shoutzen and said, "Isn't this one like a turtle? What are you doing swinging here? Isn't it the pendulum of that big clock?" Wednesday clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful. Wonderful. Excellent." Yufeng patted Shoutzen and said, "Isn't this one like a turtle? What are you doing swinging here? Isn't it the pendulum of that big clock?" Wednesday clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful. Wonderful. Excellent." He scolded me so hard. Yufeng was most afraid of itchy meat. Xiaocun pinched it for a while and shrank into a ball. He smiled and begged, "Spare me. I accompany you in your sin." Xiaocun said with a smile, "Such a group, doesn't it look like a round table?" Yufeng said, "Then you won't suffer any loss and you will blame me. No lifting allowed." So I drank. Xiaocun said, "What do you want to say?" "We have discussed it." Zhou said, "Getting the city is the best among Yefeng Wenxing." Xiaocun said, "Then let's click on getting the city." Yufeng said, "It was too strenuous." And my voice finally deteriorated after drinking, so I ordered Hong and I Guan. It's great to hear Magnolia singing along. Nowadays, Magnolia is the most playful. Wednesday said, "I heard that Yulan's apartment has also been moved to Rixing." "Is this true?" Yufeng said, "Then it's not true. My neighbor is right next to me. He lives at house number 33. Aren't we number 32? After a while, we dispersed and went back. I asked him to come over and talk. He was happy. Wednesday said, "I heard that Magnolia was infected with poison. You should know." Yufeng said, "Ahem. Things in the world are really, really unpredictable. If we say Magnolia is the most serious." Have you ever made a fool of yourself? He and I are close friends, as the saying goes. We talk about everything. From the time he was 17 years old, to the present day when he is 25 years old. Have you ever made a fool of yourself? He and I are close friends, as the saying goes. We talk about everything. From the time he was 17 years old, to the present day when he is 25 years old, he has only had 3 people in his mind, and he is determined not to find the 4th person. It was at this moment that a foreigner took a fancy to him. He was willing to pay $300 foreign and mess around for a while, but he refused. I would like to give him some advice. Even though we have eaten this bowl of rice, we are self-reliant and don't sell our lives, but we are not from the same class. Should have complete freedom. If you love someone in your heart, you will have affection. If you don't love someone, you will ignore him. But in the end, we suffered a loss. It cannot be said that we are rich ladies and yellow-flowered girls. Those bastard smelly men said that prostitution was tasteless, but the opera singer was very happy. And that damn bastard said that if you want to know the true kung fu, you must find it in the martial arts industry. Zhou smiled and said, "When you said this, I thought of a joke. Qinger in Huang's class has a northern athlete with whom he has the deepest friendship. That time, Qinger's belly bulged slightly, and the northern athlete went straight up into the sky and knocked off the top of the bed. When you said this, I thought of a joke. Qinger in Huang's class has a northern athlete with whom he has the deepest friendship. That time, Qinger's belly bulged slightly, and the northern athlete went straight up into the sky and knocked off the top of the bed. One more time." The 2 of them slept until midnight, and when they woke up and chatted, the situation did not suit Chinger's liking. Chinger could only push her belly slightly, while the northern athlete rolled out of bed and rolled 3 or 5 times. Zhongyuan. If there were no wooden walls to stop it, most of them would have rolled away from Shanghai. He almost wanted to go back to Tianjin. If Yunguo has such power, there is no need to get the Tianjin steamship. If you want to go to Tianjin, just ask Huang Qing'er to push his belly gently, and then you will arrive in Tianjin. Thinking about this speed, it will be hundreds of times faster than the train. If you use force one stick. I'm afraid there's no need to get European and American ships. Absolutely down, absolutely down. Yu Feng laughed and said, "Bah. Is this talking?" Xiaozhen laughed until tears came out. I'm afraid there's no need to get European and American ships. Absolutely down, absolutely down. Yu Feng laughed and said, "Bah. Is this talking?" Xiaozhen laughed until tears came out. Yu Feng added, "In our martial arts practice, we are like gods. In fact, in our martial arts practice, we don't dare to abuse our bodies too much." Let's talk about whether Magnolia has never promised this foreigner. We can also think about his behavior. In February, I didn't know how I got over this poison. Fortunately, a man named Che recommended Wang Diyu from Zixin Hospital, and he was cured within a few days. Even Yulan herself didn't understand where the poison came from. Let's talk, and coffee was delivered before we knew it. Xiaofeng happened to come over and said to Yefeng, "I'm leaving first." She is not seen greeting Du and Zhou people. Even Yulan herself didn't understand where the poison came from. Let's talk, and coffee was delivered before we knew it. Xiaofeng happened to come over and said to Yefeng, "I'm leaving first." She is not seen greeting Du and Zhou people. What's the reason? The author Ruoyun missed something. See what follows. Yufeng said, "It's also scattered here." Xiaozhen and Zhou greeted him hurriedly. "Xiaofeng, come in." Xiaofeng said, "No. Just 2 words." Yufeng asked, "Master Huang, are you going?" Xiaofeng said, "Today is the day." Master Huang ordered, "Small visit to the grave." Master Xia ordered, "Send silver lamp." Master Ming and Master Mei both ordered, "Not for me." Face. It's simply terrible. With that said, he left. Du Xiaozhen and Wednesday sat down and drank coffee. Xiaozhen said, "How come there are so many adults?" Yufeng said, "They are all from Beijing. Mr. Huang's name is Shengbai, and he is an errand in the Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Xia, his name is Xia Qingyu, and he is an errand in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Master Ming and Master Mei are bannermen. Master Ming is called Mingzhu, Master Mei is called Meiyu. They are all platforms, and now they are running railways." Wednesday said, "It is said that there are more than 10 people. Master Ming and Master Mei are bannermen. Master Ming is called Mingzhu, Master Mei is called Meiyu. They are all platforms, and now they are running railways. Mr. Mei is going back to Beijing tomorrow. It's a farewell trip. Xiaofeng and Master Huang are, do you know?" Xiaozhen said, "What other poet does Xiaofeng have?" Yufeng paused and said, "Nothing else, don't talk nonsense." Xiaozhen said again, "I answered yesterday, didn't I?" Yefeng just drinks coffee. Just do it but don't listen. Xiaozhen didn't ask any more questions. After a while, the coffee was finished, and Xiao Zai handed over the signature paper. He saw it was $42.07. Xiaozhen was stunned for a moment, thinking that there were still a dozen brandy inside, so he had to sign. Ask Shizai to send brandy to Rixing. Shizai agreed. Then they went out to Hainan Spring together. After walking about 10 steps, Xiao Xiyuan chased after him and said, "Old class, there is another book that I forgot." Shizai agreed. Then they went out to Hainan Spring together. 5 facades away, I have never seen it. Zhou Zhou stuck out his tongue and said quietly, "Throw it away. Don't keep it with you. It looks like I won't be able to go back today. I have to write the character." Xiaozhen also agreed. "Throw away that book of ink." It happened to be thrown on a pheasant. The pheasant picked it up and looked at it and said, "Hey! A book? That's good. I can save $3 on papyrus. Woohoo!" I cried for Waymo. It happened to be thrown on a pheasant. The pheasant picked it up and looked at it and said, "Hey! A book? That's good. I can save $3 on papyrus. Woohoo!" I cried for Waymo. But it fell into the hands of the pheasant again, making him even more dirty. Dirty. I feel more and more fishy. I mourn for Waymo. Xiaozhen threw away Waymo and felt relieved. On the same Wednesday, go to Yifeng Dangui. Let's put this aside. Let's talk about Zhu Meisheng, a street runner in Chongmao Bank, who came out of Hainan Chun, dejected and walking in a panic. When I walked near Ziwifang, I suddenly bumped into someone. Just when he was about to have an attack, he raised his head and said, "Huh? Yu Zhu. Where did you run so carelessly?" Yu Zhu saw that he was a friend of his. Zhu Meisheng said hurriedly, "Offended. Offended." Just when he was about to have an attack, he raised his head and said, "Huh? Yu Zhu. Where did you run so carelessly?" Yu Zhu saw that he was a friend of his. Do we have any information among our peers? I just went to see a friend in the daily newspaper, and there happened to be a telegram from Shangjiang saying, "The Prime Minister of Renshire Company disappeared yesterday." Do we have any information among our peers? I just went to see a friend in the daily newspaper, and there happened to be a telegram from Shangjiang saying, "The Prime Minister of Renshire Company disappeared yesterday." It is said that the loss was as high as 3 million, and trading has been suspended today. The market is in shock. Meisheng said, "I'm just afraid of rumors. The head office of Renshire Company is here. Shangjiang is just a branch. Is there such a dangerous news? Our colleagues don't know about it. We go to the newspaper office and get the telegram first." "Yeah." Yu Zhu said, "That's why. Besides, the Prime Minister has disappeared yesterday. Is there no telegraph person in the Chamber of Commerce?" So I urgently went to find Ma Bianren, the associate manager of Renshire Company here, to find out the news. The flat guy and I are exchanging posts. Besides, the Prime Minister has disappeared yesterday. Is there no telegraph person in the Chamber of Commerce? So I urgently went to find Ma Bianren, the associate manager of Renshire Company here, to find out the news. The flat guy and I are exchanging posts. I think there is a saying from a confidant to me, and everything else is false. I have more than 300,000 yuan in my hands. Although there is bad luck with the boss, so that's the case, it's a boring thing. At the first critical moment, I was afraid of stopping my business. If I didn't have this relationship, wouldn't I go to Gao Lo like my concubine, to be polite? What do you want me to do in such a hurry? I must not be a fool. It shows his intelligence, Mei Xing said. Ah. We also have business dealings with our village. The friendship between Bianren and me is also very deep. Can you and I go there together? Yu Zhu muttered, that's fine. I must not be a fool. It shows his intelligence, Mei Xing said. Ah. We also have business dealings with our village. The friendship between Bianren and me is also very deep. Can you and I go there together? Yu Zhu muttered, that's fine. Mei Xing then turned around and headed east again, walking at the same pace as young Zhu. In just a few steps, I entered the 7th house on Gongheli Main Street. There was a hanging on the door. Liangxi Xieyu. The gold-lettered plaque is covered with a pair of colored balls made of concubine-colored lake crepe. At a glance, it is obvious that this is the residence of a fashionable courtier. Yu Zhu said, the sign of Liangxi Xieyu here can be collected. There are so many books just hanging a sign saying Ma Mansion. Mei Xing said, as the saying goes, everyone will fall in love with the vegetables attached to the divination. There are so many books just hanging a sign saying Ma Mansion. Mei Xing said, as the saying goes, everyone will fall in love with the vegetables attached to the divination. If we talk about Xiaoyu's age, he is probably a year or two older than Bianren. I'm afraid just one tail of opium cigarettes won't be enough for him. With such a big addiction to smoking, he is naturally as thin as a zombie. The cheekbones of the two of them are as big as charcoal balls. I feel disgusted just by looking at them. Mei Xing smiled and said, Old Crab's skills are outstanding. With such a big addiction to smoking, he is naturally as thin as a zombie. The cheekbones of the two of them are as big as charcoal balls. I feel disgusted just by looking at them. Mei Xing smiled and said, Old Crab's skills are outstanding. Yu Zhu said, it's not good to have a field like this smoked by opium. Mei Xing said, just look at how considerate he is when socializing with his friends. 1 corner and 3 reverses. Although the skill of this method is not exquisite, it is delicate and steady, ups and downs, continuous and combined, and controlled. It must be good. Good criticism without humanity can't compare to those who are very cruel. Regardless of the torture of life and death, he was eaten alive. I just feel bitter and annoyed. Not necessarily interesting. I just feel bitter and annoyed. Not necessarily interesting. Uncensored criticism, unknowingly, he had walked in the door and went upstairs. The turtle in the hall shouted, the guest is coming up. There was a voluptuous older sister who was 17 or 18 years old, pink and white, with an oval face and a long figure. A man named Ah San hurriedly came to the escalator and took a look, then he laughed and said, here's young Master Lin, here you go. A man named Ah San hurriedly came to the escalator and took a look, then he laughed and said, here's young Master Lin, here you go. It turns out that Yoju's surname is Lin. Yu Zhu said, where is Mr. Ma? Asen said, we are coming soon. And I went out to sing in the slang hall, and Can came around. Mr. Ma said, the stage is scattered. Come right away. When he said that, he came into the room and sat down casually, come right away. When he said that, he came into the room and sat down casually. Mei Xing said, "Where is Sir?" Asen said, "Come on. Changing clothes in the back room." Yu Zhu smiled and said, "It's just fun." Ah San smiled and said, "Old friend. Package waste point. Mr. Lin, come. Mr. Zhu." It was a day of washing rice and drinking wine. Yu Zhu smiled and said, "Don't talk about wine, there is no place to prepare dinner for dinner." At this moment, Xia Yu happened to come from the back room with a hookah in his hand. But Yu Zhu heard that after saying this, he took it and said, "Eat here." Yu Zhu asked, "Did Mei Xing have dinner?" It turns out that neither Lin Yuzhu nor Zhu Mei Xing had dinner at night. Yu Zhu went to the Daily to make an appointment with a friend named Sun for dinner. When he saw the telegram, he was in no mood. Mei Xing was originally Cheng. The matter of big bankruptcies was also extremely panicked. When I found Jiang Nanchun and his blocker Du Xiaoцин, I told him. Xiaoцин Yuan asked him to order a few big dishes and eat before he went to deal with the matter of admission to the university, and asked him to inform the accountant and check the accounts. I don't know if old man Fong has 28 taels of silver in his account. I'm afraid there is still long-term money available for Qingda. At that time, Zhu Meisheng was very like a person. I'm afraid there is still long-term money available for Qingda. At that time, Zhu Meisheng was very like a person. He actually said in front of the blocker, "Do you still have time for a big meal? First, you must inform the accounting room and check the accounts overnight." But there is still one more. Can't keep the unknown person behind his back, and try to kidnap him again. Xiaoцin said, "Then it's too late. Tickets won't be issued after 4 o'clock, so what are you talking about?" Mei Xing said, "Otherwise, there are many tricks. For example, he issues a promissory note to cash too. A fraction of 3,000 foreign dollars. Don't say that now that Xiao Wang is in charge, the accountant is in love. Even when Fong Duanwen was in charge of it, this affection was still for sale. A fraction of 3,000 foreign dollars. Don't say that now that Xiao Wang is in charge, the accountant is in love. Even when Fong Duanwen was in charge of it, this affection was still for sale." So I informed him immediately that I would rather go back to eat cold food. Xiaoцin was very grateful and said, "It doesn't have to be such a small thing. You go and order a few bowls of soup to cook for dinner. Anyway, you don't have to spend." Xiaoцin was very grateful and said, "It doesn't have to be such a small thing. You go and order a few bowls of soup to cook for dinner. Anyway, you don't have to spend money yourself, just pay for it." This kind of article is idle. In fact, it is not idle. Literature, in fact, is important. Once it describes the current situation of society, it can be quite chilling. Zhumei is a very talented person, as expected. Nothing was lost, and I wrote a later article. Mei Xing agreed and left in a hurry. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Yuzhu. When he came here, he exchanged the important matters of wind, thunder, fire and lightning for a day of stars, and completely forgot about them. Now it is even less than just now. However, as for Qingda, the number is within 100,000. Now let's look at the news about Rensher Company. There are several Qingda. Now it is even less than just now. However, as for Qingda, the number is within 100,000. Now let's look at the news about Rensher Company. There are several Qingda. However, don't blame Zhu Meisheng and Lin Yuzhu for being ridiculous. You should always blame Asante for being bad. Meisheng and Ma Dabian are close friends, so they come here every 3 days. Xiaoyu's here. Young bamboos and plum blossoms both want to catch Asen's clam beads. Ah, San closed the young bamboo. 2 months ago, there was talk. What Huanto? Can you tell me? Then young bamboo arrived. They only do their daily work in the pavilion, and the flat people have fun in the big room. And I don't know what's going on in that pavilion. They only do their daily work in the pavilion, and the flat people have fun in the big room. And I don't know what's going on in that pavilion. What's more, plum blossoms are born. As for Xiaoyu, why would he tolerate that bastard Asen? It also describes an Therefore, all superficial people look away. If you taste it once, you will find the strange taste of old crab, but you won't be able to put it down. In the end, all prostitutes in this world are ignorant and have no knowledge or knowledge. All I know is that a woman with a full moon, a beautiful age, and a beautiful face is a peerless beauty. I know that ordinary old prostitutes, if they have such a high opinion, they should sell silk, embroider it, and cast it in gold. A smile. Therefore, except for the Ma Bian people, there is no discerning eye to appreciate other than the yellow oyster. The word oyster is not a mistake of Li. If the reader tries to find it, he will be in a good place. Therefore, he was hired again. We hired the famous Songjiang Hua San, also known as gold and silver inlaid Lao San. The nickname is very strange. I remember that 3 years ago in Xianyunfang, Suzhou, formerly known as Lerongfang, Chen Jiazhu's family had an eldest sister, who was nicknamed Ganjian Lao Wu. I'm quite surprised. When I asked about the reason for the name, I couldn't help but think it was a joke. The harmony is so wonderful that it is unparalleled. When I read this book now, I find that there are also gold and silver embedded in the old 3, which can be said to be unique and coincidental. He is indeed a drunkard who does not care about drinking. Xiaoyu was quite benefited from it, and Yujilu recommended selling soy sauce meat. Although I didn't see anyone buying pig heads or feet, the skin was in disgrace. In the end, it's all about picking the best and choosing the best, arguing more and arguing less. However, all the pigs and fats were sold out, and even the heads and feet were gone, so it was called pig heads and pig fat tying sales. So Xiaoyu can easily get 2 freehand copper coins from Lao San. The strokes are also very freehand. Smile, for example, call the church to sing. Don't be afraid of not being called Xiaoyu. Don't be afraid of not being called Xiaoyu when you have a drink and make peace. Although it was clearly not Don't be afraid of not being called Xiaoyu. Don't be afraid of not being called Xiaoyu when you have a drink and make peace. Although it was clearly not designed for you, it was not the third brother's turn to pocket the money. Let's stop talking and get back to the main story. Let's say that Lin Yuzhu looks good on the outside, but is mentally weak. The third child's grievances have nowhere to redress. Then I thought that Mei Sheng was a good athlete, but Mei Sheng was a bit dull in language and disgusting in appearance. And the action has not yet been adjusted. If you think about it again, if you just try to get. Then I thought that Mei Sheng was a good athlete, but Mei Sheng was a bit dull in language and disgusting in appearance. And the action has not yet been adjusted. If you think about it again, if you just try to get superficial results without seeking reality, the consequences will be huge. However, fur is also extremely valuable for gold and silver inlays. Smile. Broadly speaking, the average boss in the current government finally feels that the old tune is no longer reliable and needs to change their appearance and adopt a fresh tone. Looking at what foreigners looked like, I learned a little bit about them. Little did you know that not only was it useless, but it was getting worse and worse. Looking at the situation, as long as the skin is gone, the hair will not be attached, there will be endless suffering, i.e. pull down. If we have to pay attention to reality, I'm afraid it's too late. Those who feel infinite emotion, infinite pain, and are unmoved after reading it have a foreign heart. Wonderful. That old man has such an outstanding insight. Then Mei Sheng became fascinated. Mei Sheng, at first he was just wishful thinking, but later he saw that the situation was different. I had to sigh a few times and shoot pheasants a few times, and finally I got the chance and my wish was fulfilled. So I don't bother to come here. Unexpectedly, it happened by accident. Want to know what happens next? Let's hear the breakdown below. Chapter 8, Charming and Having Fun, talking about weird things in the business world. Let's hear the breakdown below. Chapter 8, Charming and Having Fun, talking about weird things in the business world. But Lin Yuzhu asked Mei Sheng if he had eaten dinner. Mei Sheng said, not even. Xiaoyu asked the third child to get a pen and inkstone, and asked young Master Lin and young Master Zhu to order dishes for dinner. Yuzhu said, no. Embarrassing. Xiaoyu said, that's nonsense. Old friends, why are you so polite? The third child took the pen and inkstone, put it in front of Mei Sheng, gave Mei Sheng a pinch, and said, just be patient and write. Embarrassing. Xiaoyu said, that's nonsense. Old friends, why are you so polite? The upper and lower parts are crispy, and the middle part is hard. Silently silent. God is coming. God is coming. The upper and lower parts are crispy, and the middle part is hard. Silently silent. God is coming. God is coming. The third child made a ta sound on Mei Sheng's mouth, flicked the quince, and said with a smile, hey. Why don't you touch the price? Gimmick, dash. Mei Sheng suddenly said, right. Right the end? He picked up the pen and wrote, Chow Shou Yuan. Mustard shredded chicken, soy-boiled kidney slices, 3 items are listed here. Suddenly I remembered that I should discuss it with Yuzhu, not make the decision by myself. Then he asked Yuzhu, what do you want? Yuzhu came over, took a look and said, there are already 3 kinds, that's it, forget it. Mustard shredded chicken, soy-boiled kidney slices, 3 items are listed here. Suddenly I remembered that I should discuss it with Yuzhu, not make the decision by myself. Then he asked Yuzhu, what do you want? Yuzhu came over, took a look and said, there are already 3 kinds, that's it, forget it. Xiaoyu said, it's not enough. Please order more. Yuzhu thought for a while and said, let me write a soup. Then he took the pen and wrote, Christian carp in white sauce. Said, that's enough. Yuju thought for a while and said, let me write a soup. Then he took the pen and wrote, Christian carp in white sauce. Said, that's enough. Meishing fumbled around in his pocket, took out a foreign dollar, put it on the menu, and handed it to the third child. The third child said, I should ask for one foreign dollar. What should I do? Meishing said, order food, order food. Xiaoyu smiled and said, where is this rule? Just don't be afraid of being slow. So that the guests can take out the money themselves? Meishing still murmured, but he seemed to have something to say. The third child quietly said to Meishing, please be patient, I'm so friendly. Meishing felt that the third child was very affectionate. It's not as unattainable as before. A wisp of infatuation, full of delusions, one moment at a time. It started to grow vigorously early. Then I feel the spring is coming before my eyes. It's not as unattainable as before. A wisp of infatuation, full of delusions, one moment at a time. It started to grow vigorously early. Then I feel the spring is coming before my eyes. Yuju was very surprised to see Lao Sanjiner's behavior. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly said to the third child, ignore him. The third child smiled and said, hey. If you want to be more joking, Naylan is also a friend of Madam, and Zhu is a friend of Madam. Isn't he a friend of Madam? What kind of friend is the personality of Madagascar? It is said that you should not be careful about slang, but you should be careful about it. Mr. Ni Ming commented on the theory. Ah, Master Naylan is a bit unreasonable. Xiaoyu was very surprised when he heard this. Yuju was very horrified when he heard it. Meisheng was very proud when he heard it. 310 points. The meaning of the three people is clearly revealed. Meisheng smiled and said to Yuju, this is the new learning. Family is the so-called public morality. Yuju said, we businessmen only know the meridians of business, but we do not know the new scholars, the old scholars, the virtues of virtue, and the virtues of public morality. Xiaoyu smiled and said, this is Pada. Yuju was also funny. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu was still smoking opium in the back room. He was thinking in his mind, the third child must change his account again. However, you shouldn't be fooling around like this. How can you make Yuju shine on the spot? Although our profession is humble, we still run the main body of business. Don't you look at foreigners, how solemn they are in protecting our industry. How can we compare to us Chinese? But they take our industries lightly. Not worth a penny. Not only did they not protect, but they take our industries lightly. Not worth a penny. Not only did they not protect, but they abuse them at will. We have 2 years of affairs and foreign laws, which are absolutely inverse proportion. One thing is that the sisters who work in my profession have already said it. Not only did they not protect, but they abuse them at will. I don't know that the current situation is obviously a business war. One only needs to look at the rise and fall of business to understand the strength and weakness of a country's literary and political circles. How can business be prosperous and developed? Not only did they not protect, but they abused them at will. I don't know that the current situation is obviously a business war. One only needs to look at the As expected, one has to pay attention to perfection. As expected, the agriculture and industry have been perfected, and the products produced have become exquisite. There are indeed exquisite products. As expected, one has to pay attention to perfection. As expected, the agriculture and industry have been perfected, and the products produced have become exquisite. There are indeed exquisite products. They had no choice but to pile them up in the stack. Then we have to rely on ordinary businessmen to find ways to circulate it, so that this exquisite product can be spread to all continents and countries, and gain some glory in business. They had no choice but to pile them up in the stack. This is the wallet that our sisters in the same industry hold in the palms of their hands. If they are afraid of disobeying my law, they can open it when they want and put it away when they want. This is the wallet that our sisters in the same industry hold in the palms of their hands. If they are afraid of disobeying my law, they can open it when they want and put it away when they want. And just like those businessmen, they are unruly horses. Don't be afraid of him bowing his head and being restrained by us. With the 6 strings in hand, he can control them freely. If you want to go east, go east. If you want west, go west. If you want to go fast, go fast. If you want to go slow, go slow. If you want to stop, then stop. If you want to stop, then stop. And I was afraid that he would disobey some orders. Don't be afraid of him bowing his head and being restrained by us. With the 6 strings in hand, he can control them freely. If you want to go east, go east. If you want west, go west. If you want to go fast, go fast. If you want to go slow, go slow. If you want to stop, then stop. If you want to stop, then stop. And I was afraid that he would disobey some orders. This discussion is not a slight on my part. Comparing a businessman to a horse with 4 legs is actually an extraordinary compliment. Don't you hear scholars always say, dragon horse spirit, when complimenting seniors? When complimenting young people, they always say, the best among men, and when they praise the merits of their nephews, they hope they will be successful in the future. It's not like, this is my family's 1,000-mile journey. This is not my strong argument. Not to mention comparing a horse to a businessman is like comparing a human to an animal, which is extremely stupid. Please note that Confucius is compared to a dog. Gigi is like a bereaved dog. Don't you mean Confucius? The funniest person for me is a person who is worse than a normal dog. Someone compliments him and compares him to a dog, but he refuses to agree. The funniest person for me is a person who is worse than a normal dog. Someone compliments him and compares him to a dog, but he refuses to agree. He barks and bites indiscriminately, and likes to bite the person who is telling the metaphor like crazy. As for the reason why we are able to control businessmen, it is also obvious and the evidence is conclusive. Isn't it for the sake of promoting business that the officials in charge of our industry should have 300 daughters? It was Xing Guofan who first started to deal with the aftermath after he conquered Nanjing. Shouldn't we first rectify the winding corridors and bridal chambers and deep-story houses on the Qinhuai River and recruit people from my Taoist community? We can only rely on our power to summon ordinary businessmen. When there are merchants, there is a market. When there is a market, there is no harm in good transportation. Business is also booming. The people also have somewhere to find food and clothing, and this place is prosperous and lively. To explain the scene in front of me, let me ask you, which markets in Shanghai are the most prosperous? The people also have somewhere to find food and clothing, and this place is prosperous and lively. To explain the scene in front of me, let me ask you, which markets in Shanghai are the most prosperous? Is the market booming in the French concession or in the American concession? Even a child knows this. The most prosperous areas were the British concession and the American concession. Is the market booming in the French concession or in the American concession? Even a child knows this. The most prosperous areas were the British concession and the American concession. But the old official cannot understand the principles of prosperity and decline. Let me tell you, the British concession has the attraction of ordinary sisters like us, which attracts business. This is what our family is capable of. If there is another level, it is the lawyer. We in China are considered to have the worst talents. Suppose someone raises a man or a woman. We in China are considered to have the worst talents. Suppose someone raises a man or a woman. A rebellious breed, a bastard who is ridden by thousands and pressed down by tens of thousands, called a bitch, who humiliates and hurts others. I don't know that in foreign countries, it is the highest level of personality. A rebellious breed, a bastard who is ridden by thousands and pressed down by tens of thousands, called a bitch, who humiliates and hurts others. I don't know that in foreign countries, it is the highest level of personality. It is considered to be these two personalities. Our industry needs to be improved and reformed to be serious. Lao San's behavior is definitely not fun. At this moment, I saw the third child coming up and said, "Sir, from Tongsheng Kitchen, please order." Our industry needs to be improved and reformed to be serious. Lao San's behavior is definitely not fun. At this moment, I saw the third child coming up and said, "Sir, from Tongsheng Kitchen, please order some dishes to be delivered to Lai Lang Zai. Add 4 meat basins and arrange them for Lai Lai Zai. Immediately, Ho Kua Jiao. Wild stew is so hot. I'm just waiting to sift through a glass of wine. Xia Yu just took a puff of opium and was smoking very well. The third child came to interrupt, but it was a little unnatural. He was full of heart and wanted to take a few more puffs. So he said, "The third child, you are also good at it." Those words just now. It's not fun. As for Mr. Lin, I have never failed you. It's not fun. As for Mr. Lin, I have never failed you. Why bother piercing him with strips? And your 2 sentences are incompatible with what Long Men said. The third child said, "So Xia took the time to come to the waves." If you can really tell the truth, there is nothing you can do to qualify for this title. You're such a young man. If you want to be second in Shanghai Beach, I'm afraid you'll find someone else. Xia Yuchia took another puff of cigarette and replied, "Then the immortal dare not know that the pill will be scattered." After saying that, he stood up, came to the big room with the third child, and sifted out 2 glasses of wine. Yuzhu and Meishing sat down to drink. Teasing all the way. After less than 3 or 5 glasses of wine, Ma Bianren arrived. Yuzhu and Meishing suddenly thought of serious business again, and hurriedly took a closer look at Bianren's movements. Teasing all the way. After less than 3 or 5 glasses of wine, Ma Bianren arrived. Yuzhu and Meishing suddenly thought of serious business again, and hurriedly took a closer look at Bianren's movements. Sure enough, he looked like he was in a hurry. His body rolled straight to the floor, covered in wine. Fortunately, the cup was made of silver. If it were made of porcelain, each of the 65 countries on earth could get a piece of it. His words were alert and his eyes were alert. Bien Ren forced a smile and said, "Why are you so careless?" Mei Xing jumped up and said, "Is there a telegram coming from Shangjiang?" Mei Xing jumped up and said, "Is there a telegram coming from Shangjiang? Is there a telegram coming from Shangjiang?" The flat man's face suddenly turned ashen. You must know that a big thief has appeared in the business world, causing a big turmoil. It is strange, and it is very imaginative. The Ma Bian man pointed and said, "Who is smarter, you will understand it early. Who is more honest, you are not familiar with it in the business world." As long as I watched the second episode and the first episode, I suddenly understand. The Ma Bian man pointed and said, "Who is smarter, you will understand it early. Who is more honest, you are not familiar with it in the business world." As long as I watched the second episode and the first episode, I suddenly understand. Chapter 9, Lin Yuzhu is having fun looking for an assistant manager. Ma Bianren meets a good friend in a strange place. The previous episode talked about Zhu Meisheng, a street runner of Chongmao Bank, and Lin Yuzhu, the deputy banker of Kangda Bank, because they got a very bad news. It was said that the Shangjiang branch of Renshire Company was broken. This was no child's play, so I hurriedly came to Gong Alicia's apartment. Tan assistant manager Ma Bianren's news. Little did he know that these two Xingxiu is a strange story. I don't know what Xingxiu is. I called Ma Bianren, but he was a broom star. Tan assistant manager Ma Bianren's news. The nickname is Gold and Silver Inlaid Lao San, which is a bit like a ghost strung with 9 lotus lanterns. The surface of the young bamboo is prettier than that of the plum blossom, so it is hooked up. Little did he know that spiritually, it was corrupt to the core, even worse than the first autocratic government. This is what a novelist says: strong men are boring. When I send words to novels, my ambition is commendable, but my fate is very sad. So my husband was determined. When I send words to novels, my ambition is commendable, but my fate is very sad. So my husband was determined to reform, build an independence flag, ring the Liberty Bell, raise a revolutionary army, and, wonderful, create a colorful spectacle on the border. Wonderful. It made even Mei Sheng and his mother not recognize each other, and, odd words, his own wife even complained that the arm stretching was not successful. Strange metaphor. If you think about important business matters concerning yourself, you may forget them without a trace. It made even Mei Sheng and his mother not recognize each other, and, odd words, his own wife even complained that the arm stretching was not successful. Strange metaphor. If you think about important business matters concerning yourself, you may forget them without a trace. After 3 or 5 glasses of wine, Ma Bianren. He still had the latitude and longitude, and suddenly retrieved that important business matter from the ocean of the east. Observing Ma Bianren's appearance, he was really in a hurry. Please note that Ma Bianren did not appear to be in a hurry at all, but Zhu Meisheng shouted out loud twice in a row. "There is a telegram coming from Shangjiang. There is a telegram coming from Shangjiang." So I became panicked. There are many clues in this matter, and there are many tricks. If I keep writing like this, I can't figure out the clues. There is a telegram coming from Shangjiang. There is a telegram coming from Shangjiang. So I became panicked. There are many clues in this matter, and there are many tricks. If I keep writing like this, I can't figure out the clues. This has to start from the root cause to make sense. Gentlemen, listen carefully and listen to my words. The above is quite powerful. But no one knows where this Ma Bian man is from. For example, I told Zhang San that I was from Guangdong, and then told Li Si that I was from Hunan. Zhao Wu said he was from Jiangxi, and Wang Lu said he was from Hubei. They are really people from the east, west, north and south. Zhao Wu said he was from Jiangxi, and Wang Lu said he was from Hubei. They are really people from the east, west, north and south. After all, although the people there have no information, they are still poor. It is known to everyone except Shanghainese. And his first and last name was not Ma Bianren. Now I have changed it after arriving in Shanghai. The name he changed is the word Ma Bianren. Actually no, it is not called Ma Bianren, it was chosen by the great bookmaker on his behalf. The name given to me by the person who made the book has to be used in this book. If others also call him a Ma Bianren, the author of the book will be in trouble and can only say it in the book. Let's just say that Ma Bianren was staying at a trading dock more than 800 miles away from here that day. Duan was so poor that he had no choice but to take off his shirt. After pawning 200 coins and eating 5 large loaves of bread, he could survive half a day of famine. Although there is no shirt inside, the leather on the outside is not bad. After pawning 200 coins and eating 5 large loaves of bread, he could survive half a day of famine. Although there is no shirt inside, the leather on the outside is not bad. At that time, the Tingwan Pavilion Ode said that the time is September, and the sequence belongs to the time of Sancho. He was wearing a sesame woolen single robe and a green woolen bachelor waistcoat. They were neither new nor old, and on the surface he didn't look very poor. So he wandered around the neighborhood leisurely and heartlessly. Walking to the main street, you will see the front door of Yuelu Tea House. He stopped and looked around, wanting to drink a bowl of tea, but he also drank tomorrow's payment. It was hard to drink the tea without drinking it, and then he remembered that the rent in the inn was due again, and it would be over in 5 days. No delays allowed. They thought that since I couldn't find my friend, I couldn't do business. Therefore, the debt becomes more and more immobile. Human Qing is like a painting, it is also an option to simply go back. After all, there are still several acres of farmland and 3 shabby houses at home. They are worth 2 cents at least. Therefore, the debt becomes more and more immobile. Human Qing is like a painting, it is also an option to simply go back. After all, there are still several acres of farmland and 3 shabby houses at home. They are worth 2 cents at least. If we sell them, we can make sense and take the night boat back. It only costs 100 cents. The situation has to go back. You can drink a bowl of tea from him this way. Having made up his mind, he walked up to the tea house and walked in a big circle. You can drink a bowl of tea from him this way. Having made up his mind, he walked up to the tea house and walked in a big circle. He could only hear someone shouting from inside the superior guest room, "Brother Bien, Brother Bien." The flat man thought, who is it? Shichen has gone to Zhejiang. Are there any friends here? Shichen has gone to Zhejiang. Are there any friends here? Looking for him according to the call, he suddenly put on a smile and said, "Hey, brother Chi Maocheng? When did you arrive?" Maocheng said, "There's only 1 month left. It's been 3 years since we parted ways. Why are you here?" The flat man then sat down and said, "It's hard to put it into words. Is this really proud of me?" The flat man then sat down and said, "It's hard to put it into words. Is this really proud of me?" Mao Ching smiled and said, "Where are you so proud?" Bien Ren said, "You can tell by your appearance. You are wearing very decent clothes." Mao Ching looked around, quietly put his ear to Bien Ren's ear, and said in a low voice, "I bought it from Shanghai Lida Foreign Company, Limited. It costs 2 yuan apiece." Mao Ching looked around, quietly put his ear to Bien Ren's ear, and said in a low voice, "I bought it from Shanghai Lida Foreign Company, Limited. It costs 2 yuan apiece." Bien Ren said with a smile, "You are getting better and better at what you do. But the more I try, the more useless I get. Ahem. I've really hit a dead end this time." Mao Ching asked hurriedly, "Why are you here?" Bien Ren said, "You and I have been going home since we broke up before. I made an agreement with you to get together in Shanghai and start a new career. Who knew that my fate was destined to be poor? When I returned home, I had only he fell ill on the 3rd day, and it took him half a year to get out of bed. Although I recovered, my wife fell ill again, and she was ill for half a year. One of the children jumped up and died. My wife fell ill again, and has been in a state of confusion until now, eating everything she can. Thinking of you Shichen coming," Mao Ching said, "Long Shichen, who is it? But you never talked about this person?" The flat man blushed. He whispered, "You and I are close friends, so we might as well say it bluntly, but this Mr. Shichen has been a close friend for 20 years. Mao Ching said, "Hey, you never said that before. What kind of person is this gentleman?" Bienren said, "But he is a famous person." He whispered, "You and I are close friends, so we might as well say it bluntly, but this Mr. Shichen has been a close friend for 20 years. Mao Ching said, "Hey, you never said that before. What kind of person is this gentleman?" My maternal family lives in Anqing. This brother Yu Shichen, called brother, said Mr., is a handsome young man, only over 20 years old, and he has already defeated Qin in the 5 prime ministers. Mao Ching said in surprise, "Ah, what a rich friend. I can't draw it either." The flat man said again, "I fell in love with my wife, and we were really affectionate in secret. Unfortunately, we had already made love to each other, but we couldn't be a long-term couple. As for me getting married, there would be no resistance. Little did they know that I am the most harmonious person, with a public conscience born from my nature. He would never take his wife as his own." Strange and weird words. Little do you know that an elegant gentleman and an enthusiastic person who advocates public morality and civilization should read it. Do you applaud? Do you agree? Otherwise, you will never have a good life. If you don't believe it, old Mr. Ma Bienren will be proud of it soon. Otherwise, I guarantee you will have no future in your life. There is an iron tower above the head, and the house is strong. I dedicate these words to serve as a reference for those who advocate and advocate in the world. and looking for someone to feed him and make him happy, but he has too much heart and strength to do so. I'll come up with a plan, take a guess. Mao Ching smiled and said, "How can I guess it?" Bien Ren said, "This plan is really wonderful. It is generous, decent, benefits, and reputation." Mao Ching stuck out his tongue and said, "Do you have such a clever plan?" Bien Ren said, "There is no other." This two-character sentence is the most magical and wonderful. Just advocate civilization and uphold the new laws. Mao Ching said, "It's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. I see that advocating civilization and presiding over new laws are ultimately the only way to lose money. Just advocate civilization and uphold the new laws." Mao Ching said, "It's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. I see that advocating civilization and presiding over new laws are ultimately the only way to lose money. For example, holding lectures, founding schools, organizing newspapers, inviting comrades to form groups, sending telegrams, and communicating with each other. I'm going to use the whole bed of money now." The flat man laughed and said, "Bah! You are stupid, as expected, you are not as smart as sure. My advocacy of civilization and my insistence on the new law have nothing to do with such things. I'm going to use the whole bed of money now." The flat man laughed and said, "Bah! You are stupid, as expected, you are not as smart as sure. My advocacy of civilization and my insistence on the new law have nothing to do with such things. I just say in front of insiders that men and women have equal rights and husbands and wives are equal. Everyone has the sacred and inviolable right of freedom. The cliché I hate the most is that bullshit is 548 times sweeter, then please feel free to use it. I have a card sent over. Cambodian style. Immediately apply for treatment of shit and wait for teaching. Please place an order with Chuihan. The banquet is set up in the main hall, one floor above. I'm sorry to invite you. Seal type. Mr. Ma is a flat person. Second printing. Purple Xing Street outside Ximen. Isn't this a bad post? If you want to accompany the guests, how about inviting Chi Maoching? It's a way to win over you. It's said that the husband is strong and the wife is soft, the husband sings and the wife follows, the sky is the first, and the husband is the master. Women have no tyranny. Only wine and food are matters of discussion, and only wells and mortars are various occupations. There are ever-changing methods, but in the end, men are as noble as gods, and women are worse than slaves. Because I specialize in teaching new laws and breaking old customs. The first key is public morality. After I talked a lot, my wife asked me, "What is public morality?" I explained the word public morality in detail, which is thousands of words long. After I talked a lot, my wife asked me, "What is public morality?" I explained the word public morality in detail, which is thousands of words long. My wife said, "What do you mean by civilization or barbarism? What about new laws or old laws?" Personally, I am still stubborn and conservative. After hearing this sentence, I broke out in a cold sweat and secretly cried out in pain. Pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. All the trouble was in vain. Personally, I am still stubborn and conservative. After hearing this sentence, I broke out in a cold sweat and secretly cried out in pain. Pull it down, pull pull it down, pull it down. All the trouble was in vain. Mao Qing said, Your Majesty, Madam, is very virtuous. How can you say that he lost his virginity when he was a girl? Bienren said, Don't panic, I was shocked in vain and broke out in a cold sweat. But you know that my good wife said, I only stick to the saying that a husband sings and a wife follows. Isn't this allowed? I then developed another layer. In terms of doctrine, in today's world, public morality is secondary. Money is the basis. Therefore, moneyism cannot be ignored. Today's world is a money world. The wife said, Be good, don't worry, and have 120 thoughts. As the saying goes, you can only give porridge, rice, but not. Money is the basis. Therefore, moneyism cannot be ignored. Today's world is a money world. I was still secretive and sneaky, which made me feel uncomfortable. That day, I saw Mr. Yushich. I was still secretive and sneaky, which made me feel uncomfortable. That day, I saw Mr. Yushichin sneaking into the room. I waited almost impatiently until I heard the sound of gentle footsteps inside. I thought it was time and walked in again. I waited almost impatiently until I heard the sound of gentle footsteps inside. I thought it was time and walked in again. There is nothing that cannot be said to anyone. The old man is well versed in books, immersed in classics, Confucianism, Zen Buddhism, and the 9 streams of Buddhism. There is nothing that cannot be said to anyone. The old man is well versed in books, immersed in classics, Confucianism, Zen Buddhism, and the 9 streams of Buddhism. I'm afraid that if I haven't read the book, and I haven't written it, as for saying everything to others, it's not something that can't be said. Moreover, Xiao Kuyuan is the most public-spirited and highly money-minded person. Why should the old gentleman be secretive and do all this? Moreover, Xiao Kuyuan is the most public-spirited and highly money-minded person. Why should the old gentleman be secretive and do all this? The love between a man and a woman is not something created by the old man. It is a common thing in the world. From now on, the old man, please do not do this. Wouldn't it be fun to come and go in a big way? Isn't it official? This is what a man should do. Wouldn't it be fun to come and go in a big way? Isn't it official? This is what a man should do. It's just that the humble wife occasionally has shortcomings. Old gentleman, no matter what you want, do this or do that, just do it to achieve your goal. Fortunately, don't think it's not yours. The unity is simple. As the saying goes, renting land is not as good as self-producing. He also said, borrowing someone else's wife's nest is not a hot act. The old gentleman must get rid of his old ideas, immerse himself in new knowledge, and teach as much as he can, produce on his own, teach as much as he can, and his feet will be hot. This is why Xiao Ku has hope in Mr. Lao. Only the old gentleman is aware of it and knows how to figure it out. Chiji article, how did you come up with it? Mao Qing stroked his hands and said, it's really strange and strange things. How come I didn't talk about them before and only today? If so, I would follow suit, but it's a pity that my wife is dead now, otherwise this business could be done very well. So how did Yushichin answer you? Bien Ren said, I'm really surprised. According to the laws of nature and human nature, Yushichin must have burst into tears of gratitude and fell to the ground. Little did he know that this was not the case. He was very cheeky, flicked his eyes, pointed at me and shouted. I lowered my head, lowered it an inch, and agreed, go. He shouted again, comma. I lowered my head 3 times, 3 inches, totaling 4 inches. Then he agreed continuously, go, go, go. He shouted again. He shouted again, comma. I lowered my head 3 times, 3 inches, totaling 4 inches. Then he agreed continuously, go, go, go. He shouted again. I lowered my head 6 times, 6 inches, twice, exactly 1 foot in total, and then agreed one after another, stay, stay. Wear it. He shouted, turtle. I agreed, I don't dare. He shouted again, you bastard. I said again, I don't dare. He shouted again, damn it. Wear it. He shouted, turtle. I agreed, I don't dare. He shouted again, you bastard. I said again, I don't dare. He shouted again, damn it. I agreed, damn it. He shouted again, get out. I said, go, go, go. He turned sideways and retreated quickly. Before he even left the room, he saw Mr. Yu laughing at the door, holding him back and saying, we are joking, don't be offended. A single step can endure what others cannot tolerate, and a traveler cannot do what others cannot. This is a truly. Before he even left the room, he saw Mr. Yu laughing at the door, holding him back and saying, we are joking, don't be offended. A single step can endure what others cannot tolerate, and a traveler cannot do what others cannot. This is a truly amazing person. I was overjoyed and became my best friend. Within a few days, he recommended me to be a sexton in a lajinka. I was unexpectedly promoted and prospered, and that's all. Therefore, if you are a wife belonging to the Ding genus, please serve her well and never neglect her. Why do you need to be a Ding gen? Really talkative, really stupid. I had to use all my abilities to entertain them, and I would rather endure the hardships myself. What is the meaning of suffering when you are overwhelmed with joy? So I climbed up the mountain and made a few friends from then on. After moving to Beijing, you and I became good friends again. At that time, Shichen went back to Jinzhou because the old lady died. My wife doesn't need to take care of me either. He wears silk. At that time, Shichen went back to Jinzhou because the old lady died. My wife doesn't need to take care of me either. It's just almost dusk. The most unfair thing was that I met a Shanghainese who I called a slippery man. He only had 3 or 5 ounces of silver in compensation and all the money was gone. Even his clothes and jewelry were gone, and his homely attire was not complete. It's a time when there is nothing left to do. It was the year I broke up with you and went home. After I came back, I got a message from the person I just mentioned that Shichen was at Erzutai, so I came to look for him. Unexpectedly, I got the message that he had gone to Zhejiang. I was in a dilemma, looking around, and happened to meet you. Is there any way to think about it? Mao Qing clapped his hands and said, you are lucky, and I am lucky too. Now you have a big career and a wonderful opportunity. But I am worried here. I can't do it alone, and I have no confidence. Man, you're here, okay, we can get started immediately. To know what kind of business you are doing and what kind of opportunities you are encountering, let's listen to the explanation below. Chapter 10. Female artists value justice over wealth. Fake celebrities are shameless. But Chi Mao-ching crossed his fingers and said, I have now handed over several loyal guests in the officialdom. It is easy for a few businessmen with large capital to start a big business by using their capital of 20,000 to 300,000 silver. And they also believe in me, but no one joins hands with me. Those who want people to join hands have bad intentions first. It is easy for a few businessmen with large capital to start a big business by using their capital of 20,000 to 300,000 silver. And they also believe in me, but no one joins hands with me. Those who want people to join hands have bad intentions first. And others may not really believe it. Bienren asked, how should we do this? Mao-ching said, the tea house here is too noisy to have a deep conversation. Sneaky disciple Shu Wai, I live in the Huayangla Hotel, so let's go back and talk. He said and gave the tea tent. Holding hands. Go all the way to Huayang Tower. It turns out that the Huayangla Hotel is right across the street, with 20 or 30 fronts slanting on it, and they have arrived in a moment. However, Mao-ching rented a room number 10 that was furnished by a foreigner. Go all the way to Huayang Tower. It turns out that the Huayangla Hotel is right across the street, with 20 or 30 fronts slanting on it, and they have arrived in a moment. However, Mao-ching rented a room number 10 that was furnished by a foreigner. On the foreigner's bed, he saw a pair of shiny cloud-white copper smoking sets. A beautiful woman, about 30 years old or less, was lying down, smoking opium cigarettes, and the smoke was simmering. A beautiful woman, about 30 years old or less, was lying down. If you look closely, it looks like Yu Guifang singing Su Sheng. But I used to be very fat, but now I have lost some weight, and I look better than before. You should have lost weight after smoking a lot. But I figured that Mao-ching was not qualified to be with Yu Guifang. Guifang's worth and vision were so noble. When she was in Beijing, even Prince Beizi didn't care about her, and he had to be in love with her before she would socialize for a while. If she didn't love this person in her heart, she would just get gold bars and silver cakes, no amount of money. There was a pile of people in front of her, but he didn't even look back, look at them, or pay attention to them. Could such an arrogant person have fallen in love with Mao-ching? Absolutely not. If they have the same appearance, it's not Guifang's. Mao-ching looked at the flat man and said with a smile, do you still remember her? Bienren said, it seems that I have seen this sister-in-law in the capital before. Guifang. Mao-ching smiled and said, good eyesight and good memory. I also remember this uncle a little bit. Wasn't Chiener in charge of chips in some father-in-law's house? What is the job of managing chips? It's puzzling. I work with him. Mao-ching said, go, go. Your eyesight and memory are better. As for the flat people who remember you? But it's not rare, so why? It is difficult for you to recognize others, but it is easy for others to recognize you. Bienren said, so it is Guifang who is here to serve you. As he said this, he bowed deeply to Mao-ching and said, great joy, great joy. How can you achieve this beauty? Guifang smiled and said, on the surface it doesn't look bad, but I don't understand the term. it actually makes him miserable on the inside. EFA doesn't understand, Mao Qing said with a smile. It's not bitter anymore, it's sweet. I made you addicted to opium, but you let me show off my power as a king. On the surface it doesn't look bad, but, I don't understand the term, it actually makes him miserable on the inside. EFA doesn't understand, Mao Qing said with a smile. It's not bitter anymore, it's sweet. I made you addicted to opium, but you let me show off my power as a king. The flat man smiled and said, interesting, interesting. Guifang asked Bianren to smoke, but Bianren was not polite and started smoking while lying down. Mao Qing lay down opposite and had a heart-to-heart talk. Guifang saw that the two of them were having a heart-to-heart talk, so she held a hookah and went outside, looking east and west, with a smile on her face and bright eyes. It made those young people happy for a while. Late in the evening, I tossed and turned over and over again, unable to fall asleep. I was resting and rustling under the quilt, and I didn't know what kind of drama I was playing. It made those young people happy for a while. Late in the evening, I tossed and turned over and over again, unable to fall asleep. I was resting and rustling under the quilt, and I didn't know what kind of drama I was playing. What does this mean he did? He only said that Ma Bianren and Qi Maoqing had a heart-to-heart talk. I am now grateful to Guifang for being with me. Bianren said, I was just about to ask you, how come Guifang is willing to follow you? Your means are indeed not small. Which one of you does she covet? Mao Qing said, I am now grateful to Guifang for being with me. Bianren said, I was just about to ask you, how come Guifang is willing to follow you? Your means are indeed not small. Which one of you does she covet? Mao Qing said, I don't have time to talk to you about this now. All in all, it is enough to be able to match her abilities. You always understand that the skills of Beijing girls are not child's play, nor are those Suzhou girls who get angry and easily dismissed as soon as they have a fight. Besides, Guifang is among the women in Beijing. But he was someone who was very difficult to get rid of. I relied on some secrets to tame this strange monster. I got married to her last year, so I went to Hankow to work there. But he was someone who was very difficult to get rid of. It happened that Tianyuan Garden found out about it and petitioned for 100 hangings for one day. Channel 1 immediately agreed to 120 hangings for one day. Tianyuan promised for 140 hangings for one day. In the end, Channel 1 offered 150 hangings for one day. After singing for 3 months, Tianyuan sent Xinger to hire. It happened that Tianyuan Garden found out about it and petitioned for 100 hangings for one day. Channel 1 immediately agreed to 120 hangings for one day. Tianyuan promised for 140 hangings for one day. In the end, Channel 1 offered 150 hangings for one day. After singing for 3 months, Tianyuan sent Xinger to hire Tian Xiaofeng. Two sisters, Tian Yifeng. By the time Xiaofeng and Yifeng arrived in Hankow, Guifang's term had expired. After all, Guifang can't compete with the two sisters Xiaofeng and Yifeng. The veteran of Channel 1, Lu San, the dung-stealing rat, wants to get an extra 20 pounds per day for a 3-month contract. Guifang said, It's not that I'm heartless. I have studied the people's hearts here carefully. To be honest, they don't know how to listen to opera. In the end, it's just a matter of lust. Shanghai. He is the only one who loves to watch lively shows and good shows. It really means the same as Shanghai. You think Xiaofeng's face is also naughty. Speaking of which, he is not even close to Magnolia. Magnolia is not here, so naturally no one can compete with him. Moreover, Xiaofeng's scenes were so lascivious that he almost forgot that he was a girl. It's just that Yifeng's martial arts skills are pretty good. His clothes are also very particular. And recently I learned that he had made a big mistake. Before he got involved, he sent a small amount of goods and went to Guangdong to order a piece of clothing to be embroidered. The embroidery work alone cost more than 2 ounces of silver. Take it back and ask the Beijing crafts factory to hook it with gold. It cost 4 ounces of silver to finish the whole thing. Now that it has just been completed, wouldn't it be impressive to present it here? If you look at it carefully, none of it can compete with Xiaofeng and Yifeng's places. It cost 4 ounces of silver to finish the whole thing. Now that it has just been completed, wouldn't it be impressive to present it here? If you look at it carefully, none of it can compete with Xiaofeng and Yifeng's places. As for true talent and learning, Yufeng's literary style and mine may not be very different. I thought he would give me a step. I am a girl and he is a niece. I miss this little family affection. Turns out they are relatives. According to the fact that the Tian sisters are now in Shanghai, it is a shame that Yufeng lost her virginity to Du Xiaozhen. Xiaofeng is dating a certain poet. According to the certain poet, he has a name and appears in the 3rd volume. This is gratifying. Magnolia was deceived by the slippery chowder. Fortunately, a certain poet exposed it, and it was gratifying that she did not lose her virginity or fail. Singing more martial arts is just more in line with such customs in people's hearts, so why not? 9 times out of 10, martial arts is a lively show. For example, Butterfly. Evil Tiger Village is mostly a short scene, 1 entry and 1 exit is 1 scene. A short scene is a scene that enters and exits multiple times, and it is called a short scene within 10 scenes. Each scene can be changed. Haven't you heard? Did Li Xingxing donate 13 robes and 5 or 6 short coats when he sang Butterfly in Shanghai? Yifeng is wearing many new and exquisite robes. Don't say that Yifeng's skills are superior, even if the skills are not good. This outfit and this face made the onlookers so happy. In short, sisters Xiaofeng and Yifeng are very reasonable. The person who values friendship the most. I have known for a long time, Sour Orange Lao Mao, the nickname of Tianla's old class. I came here and immediately sent the little fox singer Wen Yan across the river, from Hangkou to Wuchang to cross the river, to ask for help. A letter from the 3rd young master of a certain Zhongcheng and Lord Wen. He also sent Dian Qianqian, Xiaofeng's uncle, who played drums in Tianla at that time, to Beijing in person. He took 2 letters and 3,000 foreign dollars to hire 2 of his sisters. The 2 sisters naturally agreed. They knew that I only had a 3-month contract, so they waited until this time came. This is very considerate of me. I am determined to let him and we understand each other. I have been hired by Shanghai Fengxian. If others only care about the money they make, let alone relatives, I am afraid that my father, son, and brothers will not care about many things. So even if I really pay more, I would rather go to Shanghai and earn 10 ounces of money a day. Even doing the calculations for you is not cheap. When Xiaofeng and Yefeng come on stage, the place will definitely lose its glory and the money will be lost, saving me a lot of money. Then you can support Lu San, the dung-stealing rat. After hearing this, I thought it was good, so that was all. This small text describes this section as if it is a piece of idle writing. Then you can support Lu San, the dung-stealing rat. After hearing this, I thought it was good, so that was all. This small text describes this section as if it is a piece of idle writing. I know the author is trying to criticize society. On the contrary, the rich and powerful people in the world can only get some benefits, so father, son and brother don't recognize their relatives, so why not? So I went to Shanghai to sing.